and welcome to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for today's matchup between the Lancaster Barnstormers and the Bridgeport Bluefish. Hello, everyone. I am Perry Miles, the voice of the Bridgeport Bluefish. We'd love to wish everybody a happy and healthy new year for those of them who are celebrating out at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Bridgeport Bluefish clinched a playoff berth yesterday with a victory in Game 1. Of course, the person that was in charge of that was Matthew Pike. He served 6 innings and improved to 12-5. The second game featured a couple of memorable moments jotting back to the past, one of which was Mike Porzio starting. He gave up just 1 hit in 5 innings of work, even though he did surrender 3 runs. He earned the no decision in the 5-3 defeat. And last but not least, Chris Rivera broke the record set by Mike Guilfoyle of 57 appearances with his 58th appearance out of the pen yesterday. So the Bridgeport Bluefish, lots of history, lots of facts. The first time since 2006 that the Bluefish will be participating in the postseason. I am Perry Miles. When we come back on the Bluefish Broadcast Network, we had a chance to speak with a couple of Bluefish members, so we'll take a couple of their notes and translate it to a little bit of fodder. Then it's off to the Atlantic League scores from yesterday, plus the Atlantic League lineup. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserved, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. We are about 25 minutes away from opening pitch. First pitch at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Thirsty Thursdays presented by Budweiser at the park as Denny Stark takes to the hill against Jose Sanchez. 34 games for Denny Stark, 15 starts, an 8-4 record with a 4.30 ERA. Denny Stark has been outstanding for the most part out of the starting rotation. What has he done of late? Well, quite frankly, who knows? Better than the Bluefish Broadcast Network does. 6 innings of 2 earned run baseball in his last start at Long Island in a 10-5 win. 4 walks, 8 strikeouts on his resume, a total of 9 base runners between hits and walks. Versus the Long Island Ducks, he also won a contest by a score of 8-5, where he allowed 5 earned runs in 6 innings, 9 hits, 2 walks. He has won his last 2 starts, and the team has won each of the last 3 times he has gone out to the mound. He's coming back after 2 less than par starts against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Lancaster Barnstormers, where he did not last long against Lancaster the last time. 3 1/3 innings, 9 earned runs, 10 hits, a walk and a strikeout in a 19-4 drubbing. And then against Southern Maryland, he was ejected, 4 2/3, 2 earned runs, 5 hits, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. That was an August 18th affair. The Bridgeport Bluefish right-hander hoping that his 121 1/3 innings goes to 130 1/3 frames today. He is a bull on the mound, but his walk total is a bit high. 121 1/3 innings, 58 walks. It's almost 4 walks every 9 innings, which is below average for this league. 124 hits, so he's doing well in that category, just slightly more than 1 hit per inning. But he always gets himself into trouble when he allows the bases on balls. In 2 of the last 4 starts, he has allowed at least 4 passes, and that is taking into account the fact that he has not lasted longer than 7 innings in each of those 4 starts. So the Bridgeport Bluefish right-hander takes to the hill. 1 save on the season for Stark, but no save situation needed for this outing. Jose Sanchez, he signed with the New York Mets in 2004. Playing time in 2009 was limited due to illness out of Maracaibo. 6 foot, 170 pounds, 6 wins, 11 losses, an ERA of 5.59. 25 of the 26 games that he has appeared in have been starts. 141 2/3 frames in the 25 starts. If you were to take that into account, that would be less than 6 innings per start. 92 strikeouts, 58 walks. A little bit better control from Jose Sanchez than Denny Stark, but he also gets hit up a little bit more. 187 knocks in 141 2/3 frames. His last 3 starts, his team too has won the last 3 times he has gone out to the mound. A total of 18 innings, 7 earned runs. So he has improved dramatically over the last 3 starts, 2 of which occurred against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Both of those were decisions on his end. Jose Sanchez was 4-11 at one point. He had even surrendered 3 straight games to Somerset, York, and Bridgeport. The last time he faced off against the Bluefish, 6 innings, 7 runs. Only 1 of those was unearned. So he gave up 6 earned, 8 hits, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. He faced a total of 27 batters on the game. Let's take a look at the head-to-head matchup for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Right-hander today, he is 1-1 against the Bluefish with an ERA of 5.60, 17 2/3 frames. Opponents hitting .342 against the right-hander. That is the Bluefish. Meanwhile, Denny Stark, he does not have a great resume either against the Lancaster Barnstormers. 1 win, 1 loss. 5.12, 4 games, 3 starts, 19 1/3 innings, and opponents collecting a .263 batting average. That is Barnstormers hitters getting a .263 average against Mr. Stark and his right-hand delivery. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for each side, courtesy of the Bluefish Broadcast Network. It is Lloyd Turner leading off and playing second base. L.J. Birnbaum in left field batting second, while Bryant Nelson occupies the shortstop position and bats third. Aaron Herr positioned at third base batting fourth, while Reggie Taylor, situated in right field, bats fifth. Ryan Mulhern occupies first base and bats sixth. Adam Witter is the designated hitter batting seventh, while Octavio Martinez is batting eighth and catching. Joe Gaetti, the captain of the outfield for today, he is set up in center field, batting ninth for the Lancaster Barnstormers. 29 and 29 in the second half, 60 and 68. They still have a chance to catch the Somerset Patriots. However, the chance of that occurring continues to dwindle each day as the Bluefish magic number has already crossed. The Bluefish are in the playoffs, but the Somerset Patriots are well ahead, and we'll get to the Atlantic League standings after the commercial break, which we will go to after we present the Bluefish lineup at 41-19 in the second half, 77 and 53. They had their season high 6-game home winning streak snapped yesterday. Adam Greenberg, situated in center field, he leads off. The right fielder is Tyke Redmond. He bats second. Stephen Moss is the other corner outfielder. He is sitting in the 3 slot. Josh Phelps is the first baseman batting fourth, while Luis Lopez positions at the third base area batting fifth. Victor Mercedes batting sixth and playing the designated hitter. Hiram Boca Chica, situated in the second base hole, batting seventh. The signal caller, Machete Luis Rodriguez, batting eighth, while Brandon Chavez bats ninth and plays shortstop. And, of course, the men on the mound, Jose Sanchez, Denny Stark. Tom Herr is the manager for the Barnstormers. The pitching coach is Danny Cox. The hitting coach, Lance Burkhart. The manager for the Bridgeport Bluefish is Willie Upshaw. Bench coach is Terry McGriff. The umpiring crew, Dave Perry at home plate. Delphine Colon, who's the crew chief, situated at first base, while Mayhew Edwards plants himself at third base. And the man behind the camera is Sam Rosato. It's great to have everybody joined in. The starting lineups for both the on-field production as well as the people behind the scenes, including Mr. Rosato. I am Perry Miles. When we come back on the Bluefish Broadcast Network, we'll go over some of the Atlantic League news from this past week through Bob Weers' updated Atlantic League notebook, plus the updated standings from across the Atlantic League, and a couple of other facts and pieces of fodder that you might want to incorporate in your everyday conversations about the Bridgeport Bluefish. Stay tuned. I am Perry Miles. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in a beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for two for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
For centuries, cold beer has remained hidden behind refrigerated doors, hidden within cardboard walls amongst bottles and cans. Cold beer has remained hidden for far too long. Not anymore. Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see if your beer is cold before you buy it. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in a beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for two for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors? Have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus Blue sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. Great to have you tuned in. The Bluefish taking on the Lancaster Barnstormers for the final time this season. The Bluefish are 12-7 against the Barnstormers this year, but let's take a look at a closer examination of the standings coming into today. The Bridgeport Bluefish 41-19. They are 5 games ahead of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who are at 35-23 in the second half after winning yesterday. The Long Island Ducks, they've won 2 games in a row. They're 28-30. The Camden River Sharks 18-41. They have surrendered 4 straight. That's your story. 5 games, 12 games, 22.5. The magic number to clinch the division is 7. And the Bridgeport Bluefish hoping to do that as quickly as possible. They might actually accomplish that feat in Southern Maryland. They might have to do it at Regency Furniture Stadium. Come out with a blast, because they do have the Somerset Patriots coming up. Of course, 4 Bluefish wins plus 4 Southern Maryland losses would equate to the division, which means that the Bluefish would have essentially nothing to play for during the last week of the year. But the Bridgeport Bluefish have earned a playoff spot. Half their journey is over. Now it's about playing for the rest, playing for the pride. Right now, the Bluefish situated 1 win and 1 loss more than the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, but by percentage points trail the Blue Crabs in that reserve. In the Freedom Division, the Somerset Patriots have played 61 games. They have 9 remaining. 58 for the Lancaster Barnstormers. They are 29-29. Newark almost eliminated. York, they have been eliminated from winning the division, which means Long Island is officially done, even though they were eliminated once Bridgeport was able to knock them out on Sunday. But this is just official business. Meanwhile, the Newark Bears, they're holding on by a thin thread the Lancaster Barnstormers have 12 games remaining, and Somerset with 9, which equates to a 10.5 game margin. But Lancaster needs 5.5. It's going to be rather difficult for Lancaster to do it, but Somerset has to play some very difficult opponents, including the Bridgeport Bluefish, 6 of the last 9 games. And the broadcaster for the Lancaster Barnstormers, Dave Collins, mentioned, he said, "We hope that you take care of business against Somerset. It will greatly help us." Well, the Bluefish can take care of Lancaster today and help Somerset in the process by winning against Lancaster today. It would eliminate certain magic numbers from coming across. The Bridgeport Bluefish and the Lancaster Barnstormers less than 10 minutes away from opening pitch. We mentioned about the standings. We brought to you the latest updates as far as the rest of the contest is concerned. And let's go a little bit onto the dangerous side. The Bridgeport Bluefish will have Kevin Mannix Esteban-Yan and Luis Gonzalez taking the hill for the BBs against Josh Miller, Jason Monty, and Joel Kirsten. And the Bluefish have faced 2 of those 3. Josh Miller is an outstanding pitcher. Brian Adams, very good. Jason Monty has recovered from his slow start to mount a 3.83 ERA for Somerset. They are the hottest team in the league. And Somerset, matter of fact, the magic number to clinch a better overall record against Somerset would happen to be down to 6 games. Actually, 6 games have a better record than Somerset. And the Bluefish, they have 10 games remaining. 42-24 at home. 4-3 in September. 58-27 in the last 85 games. They're hoping for 13 wins against the Lancaster Barnstormers, which would be one of the more successful marks this season. When we come back on the Bluefish Broadcast Network, we'll bring you up to date on Bob Weir's Atlantic League Notebook. Then it's off to first pitch from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Thirsty Thursday, presented by Budweiser, coming to you from the ballpark at Harbor Yard on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserved, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish. Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in a beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for 2 for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free, secure parking.
For centuries, cold beer has
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. It's great to have you tuned in. Let's take a look at the Atlantic League and the Bob Weir's notebook update with regards to Willis Otanez. He was comparing the Mexican League pitching as opposed to the Atlantic League pitching. He says they are the same, and the way that he has been hitting, noticeable similarities. But Tyke Redmond felt like better location, and the breaking pitches are sharper than in Mexico, and definite advantage in the quality to the Atlantic League, according to Tyke. He had 355 in 62 games in Mexico, and coming into the night, just 225 on the year. He continues to up his average a bit. Esteban Yan gave you the pitching viewpoint, and it favors the Atlantic League because a lot of big leaguers are here, quote, maybe one per team there. Mentioned more breaking balls in Mexico, where he was 12-3 this season. Likes the speed, power, and defense of the Atlantic League. So comparing the two leagues, you wonder, what does the future of the Atlantic League hold? Is it going to be a AAA league? Is it going to be a major league of independent baseball, similar to the way Taiwan and Korea are? Is it going to be that? Or will it be something that's similar to independent baseball, just the best independent league in the country that tries to continue to expand to different places? Lots of rumors, lots of stories, but the only ones that I report are either based on rumors from Bob Weir's notebook, which deemed to be true, or are facts. That's what we're here to tell. We're here to entertain you and tell facts. I feel like Sam Rosato's been entertained throughout the year with my broadcasting. I would hope so. Otherwise, he'd be in for a long summer. But the Bridgeport Bluefish, they're about to take place. And first pitch is coming up from the arm of Denny Stark to Lloyd Turner. He's followed by L.J. Bierbaum, followed by Bryant Nelson. 1, 2, and 3 in the order. Yesterday, a split of the double dip. First pitch, fastball rides inside, 1 ball and no strikes. We mentioned about the home plate umpire as well as the first base and second base umpires, third base umpires for today. Dave Perry, Delphine Colon, and Nehu Edwards, respectively, as the 1-0 docks inside, 2 balls and no strikes. The batter is Lloyd Turner. He's batting .249 on the season. 2 balls, no strikes, nobody out. Playoff tickets are available as a start delivery wanes off the outside corner. 3 balls and no strikes. Playoff tickets are available by calling a sales representative at 203-345-4800 or by going to BridgeportBluefish.com. The 3-0 docks at the outside corner, grips the knees, 3 balls, 1 strike. The Bridgeport Bluefish defensively, Luis Lopez at third base. Positioned at shortstop is Brandon Chavez. Hiram Boca Chica at second base, and Josh Phelps clinging at first, and the 3-1 pours over the outside corner for a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Machete Luis Rodriguez is behind home plate. Denny Stark at the mound. We'll tell you the outfield time in a moment. The 3-2 is lifted high in the air, center field. Drifting towards left center and making the call on the catch is Adam Greenberg for out number 1. Denny Stark came back from a 3-0 deficit to emerge on top of the at-bat with a fly ball line drive to center. And it sets up L.J. Bierbaum. It is Thirsty Thursday at the ballpark, presented by Budweiser. So anybody in the ballpark has the opportunity of getting some drinks at specialized prices. Of course, those drinks would be those relegated to those 21 years of age and older. And you must show ID. The 1-out toss from Stark, labeled on the outside corner, fastball, dripped across, no balls and 1 strike. Stephen Moss in left field. Adam Greenberg positioned in center. Tyke Redmond over in right field. The 0-1. Check swing, high heater, 1 ball, 1 strike. The temperature from yesterday to today is about 15 degrees cooler. Yesterday got to the mid and upper 80s. Today barely reached 75 degrees as the 1-1 trips outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And it's comfortable. Unlike the recent past couple of days where it was just moist. Pitch is chopped high to the right side. Giving chase is Phelps. He snags it and tags the base runner as he comes across 2 away. 3 unassisted as Bierbaum is retired. Sets up Bryant Nelson. The Bridgeport Bluefish in their white bottoms, white tops, navy blue number on the back, with the white outline across. Of course, the Bluefish insignia across the chest, diagonally from the lower right portion of the stomach to the upper left portion of the chest. Navy blue and teal blue with the navy blue caps. And today, I do not believe they have the green brims. I believe they have the navy blue brims with the B logos centered on the top of the cap. 2 outs. Denny Stark unleashes the fastball, grips the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. The light fixtures have been turned on at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Left, left center, and right field. No balls, 1 strike, 2 men out. No score from Bridgeport, Connecticut, the 0-1. Fastball locks up the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. A couple of other stories noteworthy in the Atlantic League. A couple of players were signed by the Somerset Patriots, and we'll tell you who they were in a moment. The 0-2 is smacked high in the air to deep right field. Going back is Redmond. He's nearing the track. He backpedals to the wall, leaps, and makes the play. He leapt and made the play as the ball was going near the click it or ticket sign in right field. At the end of 1 half inning, no score from Bridgeport. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be back with some of the news about the Patriots and what the Bluefish should expect next series.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus Blue Sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. The first pitch pelts the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike from Jose Sanchez to Adam Greenberg, who leads off. The next pitch swelters outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Greenberg's average has been capsizing from 300. It's all the way down to 259. 4 homers and 37 RBIs. The next pitch rips low, 2 balls and 1 strike. His on-base percentage has not been reduced, though. He's been getting on base through a walk or a hit by pitch, and he's displayed more power of late as the pitch is slapped to the opposite field and chucks near the picnic area. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Central Coast of Connecticut. We'll give you the statistical line for Jose Sanchez in a moment. The 2-2 docks at the inside corner, freezes Greeny 1 away. A strikeout looking for Adam Greenberg to establish the presence of Tyke Redmond in the batter's box. But the Lancaster Barnstormers pitcher out of Maracaibo, 6 wins, 11 losses, an ERA of 5.59, distributes a 90-91 mile per hour fastball along with that breaking ball. He's got the change as well. Jose Sanchez has struggled this year with his 5.59 as the 1-out toss to Redmond squeezes across the inside corner at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to Tyke. Tyke this season at .225. 2 homers and 23 ribbies as the next pitch falls low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Yesterday in Game 2, which was the last contest, he went 0 for 3, did Tyke, which is why his average reduced to .225. The fastball rockets high, 2 balls and 1 strike. The third baseman is Aaron Herr. He's playing at the lip of the infield grass, about 2/5 of the way down from the third base bag to the second base bag on that imaginary plane as the 2-1 is popped up foul down the left side. It drifts back into fair territory, and calling her off is Bryant Nelson for out number 2. P6 on the score sheet. Nelson was backing up her, and fortunately for Lancaster, that adhesive was applied because otherwise he could have opened up a big wound. You never want to have a team error, if you will, which results in a hit. An individual one you can probably live with. A team error, probably a lack of communication. 2-out pitch to Moss is swung on and served to short, gobbled on 3 hops by Nelson. He strokes across in time to retire the Bluefish in order. At the end of 1, the game is tied at donuts. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus blue sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the bartender hates you. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. The first batter in the top of the second inning is Aaron Herr. He's followed by Reggie Taylor and Ryan Mulhern. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for the Lancaster Barnstormers. The Bluefish and Barnstormers tied at goose eggs in the top of the second. First pitch from Denny Stark is unleashed. The fastball dives outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Denny Stark distributes a fastball, a slider, curve. He's got the 4 major pitches, the change as well. And he can manipulate that at any speed. He reaches about 93 miles per hour on the gun, and also can distribute the change at about 80 miles an hour. Big difference between his fastball and the rest of his pitches as the 1-0 dots the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out from the ballpark at Harbor Yard in the central coast of Connecticut. The Bluefish in their home uniforms, as we described earlier. The Lancaster Barnstormers in their almost stylistic choice of the Red Sox road unis. The pitch is chopped foul, just skittered to the right of the chalk. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Travel down the first baseline. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Aaron Herr, numbers on the season, very productive. And he's been one of the best players. Matter of fact, it would shock me to not see him, if you will, on the Atlantic League All-Star team for the end of the year. The 1-2, dives outside, had to be scooped up in the dirt by Machete. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Herr at .319, 19 homers, 91 RBI. Him and Reggie Taylor have done an outstanding job. Taylor, though, 23 homers, leads the Atlantic League in that category. 68 RBI, not as many as her. 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike three. Appeared to be a slider that dipped outside, which is why fell off the table and fooled her simultaneously. Reggie Taylor moves into the batter's box to establish his presence at his workspace. The infield playing way off the third base line. And when I mean the infield, I mean Luis Lopez. He does not expect Reggie Taylor to poke to the opposite field down the third base line. If he does, give him the base hit. The 1-out toss to Taylor slips low, 1 ball and no strikes. Meanwhile, Brandon Chavez, he sticks up the middle. Playing slightly to the right is Hiram Boca Chica of his second base line, Josh Phelps. Not hugging the line, but close enough to where he can guard as the 1-0 is slapped down the left field line, giving chase third baseman Lopez, but he cannot get there as the ball skitters into the seats on one bounce. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 man out. Train passing by from Bridgeport, Connecticut, onto Norwalk, eventually down the 95 corridor into New York City. It is a Thursday night. School, for most people, has already started. The 1-1 from Stark, swung on and grounded sharply through the right side for a base hit. Hiram Boca Chica shuffled his feet a couple of steps to his right before the pitch was delivered, and Reggie Taylor spiked it to the way in which the momentum was not carrying Boca Chica. Boca Chica had to stop on a dime and try to dive for the play. Could not make it. It's a base hit for Taylor, and Ryan Mulhern moves in. Just amazing how strategy impacts the game as much as it does. Runner goes, the runner doesn't go. Defensive players anticipate the pitch being in a certain location as the 1-out toss is a fastball that leans low, 1 ball, no strikes. And I was told that many of the defensive players adjust according to where the ball's being thrown. The infielders know what signals are going through. They have excellent vision, so they're able to notice the signs. The 1-0 docks on the inside corner. Caught strangely by Machete, but he got the call. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 hit for Lancaster. None for the Bluefish. Only 1 base runner. He's at first base right now as the pitch is squibbed to the mound. Stark fields. He flips the second one onto first, not nearly in time. The ball was hit too slowly to the mound for Denny Stark to turn the double play. Instead, it's a fielder's choice. 1-6, and I'm sure the Bluefish be happy with that, getting a second out. Adam Witter has crushed the Bridgeport Bluefish this year. And I mean, he has tattooed them. 360 average. In 25 at-bats, he has 4 home runs, 9 total hits, 9 RBI in 25 ABs. For every hit, he's averaging an RBI. Left-handed batter steps in. Stark unleashes the pitch, is grounded sharply to second. Boca Chica gobbles in the hole and releases across in time to retire the side. A 4-3 puts the Barnstormers to sleep in the second inning at the end of an inning and a half. No score from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish Baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserved, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Josh Phelps, Luis Lopez, and Victor Mercedes. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for Jose Sanchez to deal with as the first pitch is unleashed. Next one is scorched down the right field line and scoots foul, no balls and 1 strike. The Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network would like to thank everybody for tuning in. I am Perry Miles. It is the bottom of the 2nd inning. Debut of NFL Week 1 tonight. A rematch from the NFC Championship game as the 0-1 filters on the outside corner, no balls and 2 strikes. So what you can do is if you're not coming out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard, which we highly suggest you do, then you listen into the Bluefish Broadcast Network as the pitch sways outside, no swing, says the first base umpire. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. And we highly suggest that not only do you watch the game and listen to the audio, but then also, if you want, put on TV on mute to watch the New Orleans Saints and Minnesota Vikings as the 1-2 dives low and inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're not forgetting any crowd, are we? By suggesting, Sam, what's your opinion about that? Are we forgetting about anybody? I don't think we are. As Phelps swings and misses for strike 3, 2 strikeouts on the game for Jose Sanchez. We're telling them that they should come out to the ballpark. If they're not coming to the ballpark, to listen to us and watch the game if they really want to listen to the game. And he agrees. 1 man out, and it sets up Luis Lopez. Lopez, very consistent hitter, and his speed has improved from the first time that he actually pulled his hamstring to the second time he strained it and then recovered. Took a long time, but now he's able to do what almost any of these other Bluefish players are able to do, scamper around the bases. The first fastball moves inside, 1 ball and no strikes, and he's able to move well. The 1-0 from the right-hander docks low. The count 2 balls and no strikes. But hey, winning cures all. And Lopez has been a big part of the Bluefish clinching a playoff spot. The 2-0 from Sanchez popped up to the middle of the foul territory, giving chase and crashing into the netting, but unable to make the play is Octavio Martinez. 2 balls, 1 strike. The ball actually ricocheted about 20 feet above the head of Octavio Martinez and then nearly clunked him in the head. 2 balls, 1 strike. Never a good idea to get clunked in the head by a baseball. Danny Putnam experienced that same play earlier this season. Jose Canseco knows what it feels like. He's a former Atlantic League player. The 2-1. Dips low. The count 3 balls, 1 strike. That was probably the most famous of plays involving a ball clunking somebody's head because it resulted in a home run. No other play it could be called. The 3-1 is swung on and missed. Luis Lopez went baiting for a breaking ball that dove to the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Danny Putnam the next day had a welt on the front of his head, but he was okay. We're glad for that. And he's been contributing since then. 3-2. Swung on and popped up to left center field. Driving forward is Birnbaum, but calling him off is Gaetti to haul it in for out number 2. An F8 on the score sheet for Lopez. Sets up Victor Mercedes, the designated hitter. He is on fire. He is 4 out of 6 in this series. He has a double, a walk. He scored 3 runs in game 1 of the series. Drove in 2. Now let's just put it this way. He owns the longest active hit streak by any member of the Bridgeport Bluefish. Stephen Moss owns the longest on-base streak by the Bluefish this season, period, as Mercedes lifts one to right field, but not having to move too much as he shuffles his feet to his right to make the play is Reggie Taylor for out number 3. The Bluefish retired in order again at the end of 2. No score from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. 1 hit for the Barnstormers, none for the Bluefish. That's where we stand. No score, top of the third inning. Denny Stark holds the ball at the set, winds, high leg drive, and releases the fastball that pours over the inside corner for a strike. No balls in one punch to Octavio Martinez. He's followed by Joe Gaetti and Lloyd Turner. The only hit of the game, Reggie Taylor off his bat with 1 out in the second as the next pitch is swung over the top and foul, tipped into the mitt of Machete. No balls and 2 strikes. The Bridgeport Bluefish have at least tied every series against the Lancaster Barnstormers. They have not lost a series yet to the Stormers, team from Central Pennsylvania, as the 0-2 skitters outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. To make everything perfectly clear, the Bluefish are 12-7. And they have not had a 4-game series against the Lancaster Barnstormers. They've only had 2 and 3-game affairs. The 1-2 is chopped slowly foul off the left side and into the Barnstormers' dugout, a ball and 2 strikes. Lancaster and York are 2 quaint towns. Lancaster is more of a rural town. York has a city-like appearance as the 1-2 is lifted high in the air, not deep. Greenberg fakes going back and sprints a couple of steps forward before he hauls it in for out number 1. And F8 on the score sheet as Octavio Martinez is another fly ball victim off the arsenal of Denny Stark. 1 man out, Joe Gaetti moves forward. York is a very interesting town. It is one of the older towns in North America, in the United States. The 1 out toss from Stark, we'll continue describing that as the fastball ducks low, 1 ball, no strikes. But yet is so much nightlife and so much activity occurring. It's almost as if you are in I'm not saying it's New York City, not even close, but it's mini New York as the 1-0 is tapped to the mound, handling is Stark. He throws a lollipop across in time, 2 away. And that's the city of York for you in a heartbeat. Lancaster probably would be more like Long Island, if you will. You have a whole bunch of strip malls, including one major one that's located in downtown Lancaster. And there are certain pieces of nightlife involved in Lancaster, but not nearly as much close by or within walking distance as you would say that would be portraying York as the first pitch rattles the outside corner, no balls and one strike. Stark releases, and the fastball clicks on the inside corner again. Rattled it by the right-handed bat of Turner, no balls and two strikes. And if you were to compare York and Lancaster, they are similar in certain regards, but half an hour apart. Big differences, big historical differences as well. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike three. Down hacking is Turner for out number three. The Bridgeport Bluefish retire the Barnstormers in order at the end of 2.5. No score from Bridgeport. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish Baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are...
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Hiram Boca Chica leads off. He is followed by Louis Rodriguez, ensued by Brandon Chavez. 7, 8, 9 in the order. Had a little bit of time off to think about the fact that the Bluefish made it to the playoffs after game one. The first pitch filters low, 1 ball, no strikes. And guess what? Today, no day off, just trying to get the lineup straightened out as Boca Chica serves a high chop to short. Gathering on the move is Brian Nelson. He throws on the road. It's way off target, and it skitters off the netting of the dugout. Boca Chica is safe at first on an infield single, and Boca Chica does not advance any further. First knock of the game by the Bluefish. It sets up the bat of Machete Louis Rodriguez. An interesting note that I would like to correlate with respect to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have the tendency to take infield, outfield practice, defensive practice, and they tend to do or accomplish things in a less than ideal way. If you would pitch us, grounded up the middle and through to center field, nearly clipped the legs of the pitcher Sanchez. It's a single for Rodriguez. Runners at first and second with nobody out to set up Brandon Chavez. But the point that I'm trying to make is Southern Maryland has fundamental practice. Willie Upshaw was working with Louis Rodriguez because Louis feels as if he's guessing pitches as opposed to just hitting the baseball. He was having issues hitting the baseball. That first pitch did not appear as if Rodriguez was guessing a pitch. He was seeing the ball and hitting the ball. That's the key. If you get too mixed up in the mumbo-jumbo of the pitching, you're going to get yourself out. That's what Louis Rodriguez has been doing as Chavez swings over the top of a curve inside. No balls and 1 strike. Way out in front. Brandon Chavez at .255, 7 homers, 42 RBI. Did not play in Game 2, played in Game 1 as the 0-1 surfaces off the netting. And foul. No balls, 2 strikes. The Bridgeport Bluefish lost to the Lancaster Barnstormers by a score of 5-3 in Game 2, but won 11-3 in Game 1. They did an outstanding job gaining their fortitude, winning, and making sure they earned the playoff spot yesterday as the 0-2 winds inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 11-3 was their score. Chavez was 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. He's been one of the more consistent hitters for the Bluefish this season because he's been consistently at 250 or around that mark, the 1-2. Curveball that connects off the outside corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes. With Luis Lopez, he's a professional hitter, but his hitting season has been inconsistent. He's hitting at 275 heading into today. Difference is he went from 300 as a pitch is scalded foul off the netting. And the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. His average went from 152 to 310, back down to 230, and then all the way up to 275. If that is not inconsistent, if those numbers do not oscillate, then I don't know what's the model of inconsistency as the pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Down hacking is Brandon Chavez to establish Adam Greenberg at the plate. 3 punch-outs for Jose Sanchez through the first 2 1/3 frames. Done a very good job manipulating zones and firing first pitch strikes. That tends to lead to punch-outs. 1 out, right-hander deals, a curveball, stays low, 1 ball and no strikes. And the one part of the order, if you're the opponent that you do not want to get through to, is between Tyke Redmond and Victor Mercedes, and even Boca Chica at this time. The 1-0 is grounded through the right side for a base hit. Hit the hole, rounding third, and heading home is Boca Chica. There is no throw as the ball comes into the relay man, second base. And that is Lloyd Turner. The Bluefish score the first run on an RBI single by Adam Greenberg. It's a 1-0 lead for the Bridgeport Bluefish. RBI number 38 for Greeny on the year. And it sets up a potentially ominous situation with Tyke Redmond at the dish. 3 base hits in 4 plate appearances for the Bluefish after 2 consecutive 1-2-3 frames provided by the right-handed starter for the Barnstormers in the game. Nothing new. Same old tricks from the bag provided by the Bluefish. The 1-out toss is a fastball missile across the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. We will provide the trivia question in this inning after the pitch to Tyke Redmond. The 0-1 from Sanchez links inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The trivia question for today: how many Major League ball players have scored 1,500 runs or more? The 1-1 twists inside the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. How many Major League ball players, and if you want to for fun, you can name those Major League ball players. How many Major League ball players have earned 1,500 more runs or more scored during a career? Bluefish Radio at BridgeportBluefish.com is where you can email those responses. The 2-1 is grounded sharply up the middle, batted down by Sanchez. He opts to go to first base and tosses out Redmond for out number 2. It's a simple 1-3 on the scorebook, but Sanchez avoided injury by a hair. He nearly got clocked with the ball. 2 outs, sets up Stephen Moss. Runners move up 90 feet as Greenberg lines up at second base, while Machete Luis Rodriguez is situated at third. Stephen Moss is 0 for 1. An even stance, waggles his bat slightly at the plate, lifts his arms above the shoulder. 2 outs. Right-hander gazes at the sign, receives it, but there is a timeout taken. We'd like to thank Frank Bolton, the owner of the Bridgeport Bluefish, for providing a 2010 season. The 2-out toss is a slide step curve outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Frank Bolton, we want to give you great thanks for putting a 2010 season together, along with General Manager Bob Gaughan, who's done an outstanding job with the Bluefish. The pitch is chopped slowly to third base, gathering the baseball on the move and firing across in time is Aaron Herr to retire the side. The Bluefish get on the board in the third inning. An RBI single off the bat of Adam Greenberg, and the Bluefish lead by a score of 1-0 at the end of 3. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish. Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. A single by Boca Chica, a knock by Rodriguez, another hammer by Greenberg. The hammer through the right side got the Bluefish the run as the first pitch. Slowly delivered low, 1 ball and no strikes. L.J. Beerbaum, followed by Brian Nelson and Aaron Herr. 2, 3, and 4 expected up in the top of the 4th inning. Bluefish Radio at BridgeportBluefish.com is where you can send any comments, questions, or concerns about the Bluefish broadcast. The next pitch spikes the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. And, of course, today the Internet is working effectively, so the Bluefish Broadcast Network will be able to provide you with updated scores and standings from across the different leagues of the 1-1, tails inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Not too many Major League Baseball games today. 2 finals, 2 currently in process or in progress, and another 2 later today. The 2-1 from Denny Stark clips low, the count 3 balls and 1 strike. There is 1 NFL game today, a rematch of the 2 teams that were involved in the NFC Championship game from the Superdome. The 3-1 swung on, broken back, grounded at first, gobbled up by Phelps. He tells Stark to get away from the bag as he scampers to it and touches for out number 1. 3 unassisted, the second time that L.J. Beerbaum has been a victim of the 3 unassisted, and he broke his bat this time, so he's going to have to not only take a new piece of lumber to the plate the next time, but perhaps purchase some more pieces of wood so that way he can use them as insurance baseball bats. Sets up a 1-out situation for Bryant Nelson. And the rest of the games are coming up this Sunday. We will consistently update you on NFL scores this weekend as the Bluefish take on the Somerset Patriots. The games this weekend are such as the curveball drips outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Miami and Buffalo, 1 o'clock. Detroit, Chicago, 1 o'clock. Oakland, Tennessee, 1 o'clock. Cincinnati and New England at the same time. Carolina Giants as well. So New York fans, for those of you who are coming to the ballpark at Harbor Yard, you may miss the Giants game. But hey, you can always come out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard as the pitch flattens on the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Come out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for Fan Appreciation Day at the park. The 1-1. Swung on and grounded slowly to first. Booted by Phelps, but he recovers and underhand scoops it to first, where Stark handles out number 2. Could have been a 3 unassisted, but it had to be a 3-1 as the slight bobble was made by Phelps. But he did not panic as he took a crazy hop. How many hops have been so crazy as to hit a player in the chest, or for that matter hit a player on the heel of the glove? And let's be frank here. The Bluefish defense has been stellar over the last few games. I'll tell you what in a moment. The 2-out pitch is struck slowly into right center field. Driving over is Greenberg. He has room and hauls it in just to the side of his shoulder for the final out of the inning. The Bluefish do not have an error in the last 2 games, and if you take into account the fact that 112 errors have been committed in 130 games, that's a pretty good pace, and this is game number actually 131 on the season. At the end of 3.5, the Bluefish lead 1-0. Stay tuned. I am Perry Miles. We'll continue with the NFL schedule right after these words from our local sponsors. Stay tuned, friends.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Josh Phelps steps in against Sanchez. The first pitch is a tantalizing curveball that moves over the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Sanchez unleashes. A check swing went all the way through the zone on another gripping curveball. No balls and 2 strikes. It grabbed the attention of Phelps one time as it nailed the outside corner. The second time further away from the outside corner. Now the plan is to line up inside. The fastball dives low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The rest of the games: Atlanta, Pittsburgh, 1 o'clock. Cleveland, Tampa Bay, 1 o'clock Sunday. Denver, Jacksonville, 1 o'clock. Indianapolis, Houston at 1 p.m. as well as the pitch scurries inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arizona, St. Louis at 4:15. Green Bay, Philadelphia at 4:15. San Francisco at that same time. Dallas and Washington, the late contest as the pitch settles low. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Baltimore and the New York Jets, 7 o'clock Monday night. I'm sure many Jets fans are going to be watching that, including Paul Herman. The pitch is smoked up the middle and through for a base hit. Josh Phelps smacks one up the middle. He did not try to do a whole bunch with it. He may have jammed his bat in the trademark, but sometimes it's better to get it on a trademark, earn a single, get it to the right spot, as opposed to hitting a line drive at a fielder. 1 on, nobody out. Luis Lopez moves in. Josh Phelps is a threat to go at first base. I never saw him as a major stolen base threat, but he's become one as the runner goes. The pitch is outside. The throw to second is not in time. Excellent slide by Phelps. He dug underneath the tag. The throw was in time, but the ball was slightly high, and the long tag had to be applied by Lloyd Turner, but it's a stolen base for Josh Phelps to get himself into scoring position. Now you would think, hey, maybe Lopez bunts Phelps over to third to set up Victor Mercedes. Not suggesting he give up his at-bat, but there's a possible strategy which could include a runner at third base with one man out. And your best hitter right now up at the plate is the 1-0. Swung on and missed for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not Lopez, but Victor Mercedes. Mercedes been sculling the ball to different directions, carrying incredible distance. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out. Infield defense, about at least halfway back on each side as the 1-1 suffers low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Third baseman Aaron Herr playing 3/4 of the way back from the lip of the infield grass to the lip of the outfield grass. Bryant Nelson and the second baseman Lloyd Turner positioned about 3/4 of the way back on the middle of the infield. 2-1 is on its direction from the arm of Sanchez to the bat of Lopez. Open stance, the 2-1. Swung on and looped into shallow right field. It is a base hit, drops in. Rounding third and trying to score is Phelps. The throw comes up the first base line and bounces off the catcher's gear. It is an RBI single by Luis Lopez, and the Bluefish lead 2-0. Simple ABC baseball. A single, a stolen base, and an opposite field base knock for Lopez in front of the charging Taylor. He scampered to the baseball. He tried to deke, but the deke was not good enough because Phelps read the baseball off the bat. He went about 3/4 of the way down to the third base bag before he turned and sprinted around to go home, where he slid safely. 2-0. 2 runs, 5 hits to just 1 hit for Lancaster. Victor Mercedes has 2 home runs on the year, both of them coming from the right side. His stance reminds me of Tony Womack so much. He bends in a crouch similar to him, and his front foot points towards the third base area as the first pitch lines with the inside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. It points towards the third base and shortstop position. His front foot is further back from the inside corner than his back foot, and his elbows are twitched near the inside corner. The 0-1 from Sanchez way upstairs. You could tell it was askew from the outside corner from the onset. 1 ball, 1 strike. The third base coach is Willie Upshaw. He's also the manager of the Bluefish. The first base coach is a person who's had plenty of experience in baseball. The 1-1 swung on and missed for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You want to know who he is? I'll tell you who he is. It is Alberto. That's his name. And he positions at first base. He is first base coach. We'll tell you his pitches looped down the left field line, past her as he tried to backpedal to get the baseball. Third straight single to start the inning for the Bluefish. They might have a bigger rally than just a runner at first and second with a 2-0 lead as Boca Chica enters home plate. Alberto, who is the first base coach, he has experience, major experience in collegiate baseball and reached as high as the California League, High A. He attended the University of Oklahoma and played Big 12 baseball. How competitive is that? First pitch to Boca, serves over the outside corner. Docks the knees, 2 balls and 1 strike. There's a doubleheader tomorrow. Baltimore, New York Jets, 7 o'clock. Actually, doubleheader in football on Monday. Baltimore, New York Jets, 7 o'clock. San Diego, Kansas City at 10:15. That game I cannot understand as the pitch slides away. 1 ball, 1 strike. And as far as the trivia question is concerned, we'll provide that information to you and the responses that some people have provided on the Bluefish broadcast. Now we're the 1-1. Swung on and foul tipped at the plate. May have gone off the cleat of Hiram Boca Chica, which is why he skipped out of the way. You can only place so much protection on your knees, on your shins. If you get plucked in the toe with a foul ball, it's going to be painful. No matter what you do, it's going to hurt the next day. Better be ready to take some pain. It's a game of baseball. A 1-2, popped up to the right side of the diamond. Backing up is Turner. He continues to backpedal and makes the over-the-shoulder one-handed catch for out number 1. Infield fly rule, I believe, was in effect. So, the runners remain at first and second base with Lopez stationed at second, Mercedes at first for Luis Rodriguez. A P4 asserted to the resume of Hiram Boca Chica. Sets up Luis Rodriguez. Bluefish Radio at BridgeportBluefish.com. The internet is functioning normally today, so you can respond to any comments, questions, or concerns you might have as the first pitch dialed up on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Luis Rodriguez came up with a poke single up the middle in his first at-bat. He took extra batting practice today with the assistance of Willie Upshaw to improve his game, to make sure he's not a liability at the plate. The 0-1 gets away from the catcher. Octavio Martinez recovers and throws out Lopez. Oh! No, he didn't. Luis Lopez slid in safely. It looked like he was a dead duck. It's a wild pitch. It appears as if Octavio Martinez got the throw down the third baseline in perfect rhythm. I do not know why Luis Lopez was out. Maybe the ball was dropped. Or maybe the ball hit off of Lopez on his way to sliding in. Either way, runners at second and third. The 1-1 on its approach to Rodriguez. Nabbed foul down the right side. Hit the trademark. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's a wild pitch. Luis Lopez did not come up with his first stolen base of the year. We'll say his speed has improved, but I am not quite sure he's ready to steal a base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 man out. The stretch, the orbital Rodriguez swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider poured outside, or curve that deceptively altered Luis Rodriguez's mindset. He strikes out, hacking 2 away to set up Brandon Chavez. A single plates 2 for the Bluefish and puts them up by 4 against Lancaster, who quite frankly just cannot hit this Bluefish pitching. They averaged 4 runs a game in the first 2 contests. They scored 3 in one, 5 in another, and with the way Denny Stark has dominated this affair, it would be safe to say that 4 runs probably a gimme win for the Bluefish as the first pitch slowly dips low. 1 ball and no strikes. The Lancaster Barnstormers, gray bottoms, gray tops. Lancaster in bold with red colors. The pitch is lined past first base into right field for a knock. Lopez scores. Motoring around there and heading home. The throw is off target as it was trying to be cut off. Motoring around second but stopping at the station is Chavez. It is a 2-run single, and I believe Chavez advances to second base on the throw. The Bluefish lead by a score of 4-0 on the 2-run single by Chavi. Lopez and Mercedes both came home. It's the 7th base hit. Sanchez just spikes the ball towards the Lancaster dugout. He is frustrated. And that throw was horrid from Taylor. We have not seen Reggie Taylor provide that kind of throw all season when he's played against the Bridgeport Bluefish. Perhaps a matter is furthering in his mind.
Center fielder number 5, Adam Greenberg.
You never know what the mental state of most of these players is, or what is going through their heads while the at-bats are being processed, while the images of the pitches continue to flow forward as the changeup filtered outside. 1 ball, no strikes. And of course, Brandon Chavez, he's in scoring position. With 2 men out, 4-0 your score. The right-hander winds and kicks. Curveball slithers high. 2 balls and no strikes. Greenberg represents the 7th batter for the Bluefish in the 4th inning. The 2-out toss from Sanchez. A laser beam served foul. 2 balls, 1 strike. And of course, we'll mention some of the trivia question responses to the question today, which is how many Major League ball players, and you can name them for fun, have 1,500 runs scored or more in their careers. The 2-1 dips over the inside corner for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bluefish Radio at BridgeportBluefish.com. We will read the response, one response. And Amy from Bridgeport says that there are 10 people that have accomplished that feat as the pitch dives inside 3 balls and 2 strikes. That is not the correct choice. We will continue with the responses in the top of the 5th inning. The 3-2 from Sanchez. Swung on and bounced to second. Gathering his bearings and ripping a throw to first is Lloyd Turner to retire Greeny and the Fish. But Bridgeport scores 3 times in the 4th at the end of 4. Bluefish 4. Lancaster Goose Egg. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish Baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish. Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. It's great to have you tuned in. The Bluefish and the Barnstormers. The BBs up 4-0 heading to the top of the 5th inning. The left-handed batter is Reggie Taylor. He's followed by Ryan Mulhern and Adam Witter. 5, 6, and 7 in the frames. The first pitch scours over the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Trivia question for today. Which member or how many players have earned 1,500 runs scored or more in their careers? Bluefish Radio at BridgeportBluefish.com as the pitch is struck to left center field. Greenberg scampering over, but Moss calls him off and has it underneath for out number 1. F7 on your score sheet. It would have been an F8 at Greenberg leaned over to get it, but the fly ball established in left center to take up the at bat of Reggie Taylor. Ryan Mulhern moves in. Lawrence from Trumbull says that 60 players have accomplished that feat. That is not the correct answer, although Lawrence was closer than Amy. Finally, Frank from New Haven says that there were 80 players. 80 is too many, by the way. The 1-out tosses a curve that slides high. 1 ball and no strikes from Denny Stark. He's in the top of the 5th inning. 4 1/3 shutout baseball. Just 1 hit, no walks. Boy, if he could pitch like this all the time, he would be back probably in big leagues. 1-0. Fastens outside. 2 balls, no strikes. The way he's pitching right now, it's outstanding. And his only issue has been the walk total. But there have been times when he has not walked too many batters. 2 walks, 1 walk, even none during a particular game. It just does not happen on a consistent basis as a 2-0 dots the inside corner, 2 balls, 1 strike, which is why his ERA is as high as it is. Not a bad ERA. 4.3 is not terrible. Not bad. It's averaging about 6 innings and 3 earned runs every start. A little bit less than 3 earned runs, if you will. 2-1. Fastball rockets high. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the trivia question answer is coming up in the next inning. Top of the 6th inning. PointStreak.com scoreboard update from around the Atlantic League is also approaching during that frame. The 3-1. Fastball links with the inside corner. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fielder's choice 1-6 by Ryan Mulhern. In the 2nd inning, we want to wish everybody a happy and healthy New Year. The 3-2. Beckons inside, did not clip the corner. The first walk of the game provided by Denny Stark. Ryan Mulhern moves over to first base. We'd like to wish everybody who's listening in a happy and healthy New Year. Lashana Tova. And for those of you who do not know, Rosh Hashanah is the first day, or the first night actually. It started last night, but today was the first day of Rosh Hashanah. And it lasts 10 nights. Total of 10 days, 10 nights. And it ends a week from Saturday, which involves Rosh Hashanah, and then the conclusion is Yom Kippur, as the first pitch is swung on and missed for a strike, no balls and 1 strike. Rosh Hashanah lasts 2 days, which includes today and tomorrow. Yom Kippur is on Friday night as the throw over to first base is not in time. Yom Kippur begins Friday night with a service known as the Kol Nidre, and continues all the way till sundown on Saturday. You cannot eat for 24 hours. That's the basic gist of it, to show remorse as the pitch is low, 1 ball, 1 strike, to show remorse and to repent for all your sins. And on that day, hey, that whole stretch is rather important to those who celebrate the holiday throughout the year, as the 1-1 docks low, 2 balls, 1 strike. There are 2 players on this team that are Jewish, but Adam Greenberg, I could not tell you what he did. I wanted to ask him before the game, but rather late. 2-1 from Stark, swung on and chopped off of his back. That was strange. The ball bounced to the left of the plate and ricocheted off the lower left portion of his back, maybe even his rear end. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 man out, top of the 5th inning, 4-0 your score. 4 runs, 7 base hits, no runs, and 1 base hit. And basically the Jewish people are taught to repent for the sins of the past year. The 2-2, way high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody's perfect in this world. Nobody is. And everybody does their best to try to accomplish without stepping on people. To try to treat people decently and kindly and considerately. And I'm sure there is a separate day for that with respect to the Catholic and Christian holidays. The pitch is grounded through the right side for a base hit. Stopping at second and holding at the station is Ryan Mulhern. Lancaster has a rally going, runners at first and second with 1 man out. Octavio Martinez steps in. I'm sure that Christmas and Easter, or some Easter Sunday, Good Friday, those are very important holidays for people who celebrate and those who are involved with studying Christianity and following Christianity, as the 1-out pitch serves high, 1 ball, no strikes. But the idea is to give people an opportunity, give people hope, repent, and hope that you are forgiven for all your discretions through the previous 355 days. The pitch is swung on and lashed into right center field for a base hit. Greenberg charges being waved home from second base, but the ball is bobbled by Boca Chica. Run scores. It's an RBI single from Octavio Martinez. The lead has been trimmed. It's now 4-1. A walk, a single with one man out. Denny Stark has been touched up in the 5th inning. Sometimes it's going to happen. Nobody's perfect. Even Roy Halladay loses. Think about how well he performs, and yet there are times when he gets racked up, lit up. The 1-out toss from Stark filters inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Stark's delivery also appears to be different from the press box whenever he falls into a bit of a bind. The 1-out quick release curveball that slides low and outside, 2 balls and no strikes. We'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I am Perry Miles, the Bluefish and Barnstormers. Game number 131 on the regular season, the final time these two teams are going to meet up as the pitch slashes outside, 3 balls and no strikes. One man out, top of the 5th inning, a run already across the 3-0. Lines up, break down Broadway, 3 balls and 1 strike. Lopez playing halfway back where the cutoff of the third base bag is. 3-1. Swung on and missed. A fastball roped past the bat. Joe Gaetti. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Gaetti 0 for 1 today. Lopez halfway back. Johnson playing for the double play. The 3-2 is lifted high in the air to right field. Not that deep. Redmond charges over and makes the catch. Fires the baseball in. Excellent play by Redmond as he sprinted to the baseball, retrieved it, and delivered a strike over to Brandon Chavez, who represented the cutoff man. 2 outs on the F9. It springs up Lloyd Turner. How much of a chance does Lloyd Turner have to tie the game for the Lancaster Barnstormers? We'll tell you in a moment. Turner batting .249 coming into today. He has 8 home runs. The pitch gets by Machete, but not far enough to where the runners can move up 90 feet. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch had to be excavated out of the dirt. It's almost like prehistoric fossils. The baseballs that Machete digs up. Of course, they've been in the factory for a long time, used on a few occasions, but in the long run, those baseballs are going to wind up as portions of history of the 1-0. Specks inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Luis Rodriguez walking to the mound, about to have a conversation with Denny Stark. A run has scored in the 5th inning. It's a 4-1 ball game, 4 runs, 7 hits. It's a 1-run, 3 base hits. Stark and Rodriguez conversation complete. And by the way, for those of you who do not know, the bullpen certainly has been rested up. Yesterday, Fortunato, Arroyo, and Rivera were used. But all it means is Antonio Alfonseca has the ability to come in today. The 2-0 is lifted high in the air, foul down the right side, 2 balls and 1 strike. And you might see another appearance by Fortunato play. You tend to see Willie Upshaw allow 2 pitchers to participate, pitchers to participate in back-to-back days. Not 3 straight days. Jorge Julio would have been on the slate. The pitch is lined into right field for a base hit. Redmond charges, rounding third and trying to score. The throw, 1 hop is in time! Great block by Machete. He used the spike tag to get Adam Witter by a hair. A single by Turner, but the Bluefish give up just 1 run in the 5th. They are fortunate they gave up 3 in the inning. 3 hits in the inning, 1 run across. End of 4.5, halfway through in regulation time. Bluefish 4, Lancaster 1. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself. featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Abellos, and Angus Blue Sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles in the booth. The Bridgeport Bluefish gave up 3 hits in the last inning, but only surrendered just 1 run, which is plenty as the first pitch decks the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. It is a beautiful time to have as the 0-1 fastball had to be chopped up in the dirt by Octavio Martinez. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Bridgeport Bluefish postseason coming up. You can get your playoff tickets by calling a sales representative at 203-345-4800 as the curveball winds on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike as it floated around the plate. Like everybody, thanks them for tuning in as Redmond scorches a pitch to deep right center field. Backing up his Gaetti, he's nearing the track and makes the catch at the track for out number 1. Tyke Redmond spiked the pitch a long way, but all it winds up being is an out. And it establishes Stephen Moss. He has a firm presence at the plate. He's one of the Atlantic League's leading hitters coming into today. Him and Joe Giannetti are amongst the tops in the Atlantic League in batting average. Those are the only 2 Bridgeport members in that category. The 1-0 is whiffed. 1 strike, the pitch. Let's take a look at what happened last night besides the Bluefish and Barnstormers. The Long Island Ducks shut out the Camden River Sharks 10-0 as a fastball blazes high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Javier Colino 1 for 4, 2 runs, 3 RBI. Esquivel 1 out of 5 with 2 RBIs. The pitch is smoked right past the bat of Moss. He foul tipped into the mitt, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Moss is 0 for 2. His 36-game on-base streak in jeopardy tonight. Can he extend it? The 1-2 from Sanchez. Bounce foul left side, kicks into the Lancaster dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cavagnero, 3 for 5, 2 runs scored, 2 RBI on the day. Esquivel with 2 RBI and Colino with 3 on the day. Overall, just 7 hits for Camden. Multiple hits from Walker, Robin, and Burgundy, but they could not score a run as the next pitch is check swing. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A walk would do the trick for Moss as well. Long Island scored 4 runs in the 4th, 4 more in the 7th, 2 in the 8th to capture the victory as the 2-2 skis low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jake Dittler with the win, 7 1/3 shutout innings. Gerald McCall with the loss, 3 2/3, 4 hits, no earned runs. 3 runs given up though, 3-2. Winds outside, ball 4. Stephen Moss extends his on-base streak to 37 consecutive games. And by the way, Robinson Cancel extended his streak as well. Cancel played as the first baseman in 1 game. Well, that was yesterday in the 10-0 win by the Ducks. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs took care of the Newark Bears 5-3 and put Newark on the brink of elimination. 1 out pitch is not delivered because the toss comes to first base. Steve Palazzolo with the win, 3-0 on the year. 2 innings, 2 hit baseball, 3 strikeouts, 3.28. Jim Edwarden with 28 saves on the year. Armando Benitez earns the loss, an inning of 5-run baseballs. The next pitch is smoked past the bat of a swinging Phelps. No balls and 1 strike. The RBIs coming from Casey Benjamin, who in my opinion, even though he played first base, he can play well at second as well, as the 0-1 traps outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. You have Travis Garcia, the shortstop. 2 RBI on the day. All 5 Southern Maryland runs scored in the 9th inning. Newark had a 3-0 lead. Runner goes, pitch is swung on a miss. The throw to second is not in time. The tag was not applied as the throw bounced on 1 hop to the shortstop in front of the bag. Stolen base for Tyke Redmond. Runner in scoring position, actually for Stephen Moss. Believe it or not, Stephen Moss with the stolen base. 5 for 7 this year. Josh Phelps with a runner in scoring position. And the 1-2, check this swing, did not follow through the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stephen Moss walked. He stole second. That's where he stands, as they've been taking liberties all day against Octavio Martinez. The 2-2 rattles low. The count 3 balls, 2 strikes. Octavio looks like a different catcher from the one that we saw earlier when Lancaster was causing Bridgeport lots of problems and inducing extra inning ball game after extra inning ball game. The 3-2 from Sanchez. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Down hacking is Phelps to retire the second batter in the frame. Luis Lopez charges forward. So Southern Maryland defeated Newark 5-3 last night. With those pitchers' records. The final game, Somerset took out York 7-6. Same old story. Find a way to win. Josh Presley, he's batting .268, but he has 71 RBI. He was hurt for a part of the year as the 2-out stretch. Lines outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Might have also been low. Eric Ackerman asserted the loss. Brian Grzelewski assessed with the victory, 7-3. And Scott Williamson, he did give up a run, but his ERA is 1.93. He earned the save, his 10th, as Lopez induced into a chop foul down the third base line, 1 ball and 1 strike. And it's the same story. Plenty of activity offensively for York Revolution, but their pitching staff is dreadful right now. Julio Manon, 5 1/3 innings, 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. ERA, guess what? 11.70. Not good. And the bullpen did as much as it could, even though Eric Ackerman suffered the loss. The 1-1 trickles inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. York scored 4 runs in the second inning. And then when the game was tied at 5, heading into the 8th, Somerset came up with 2 runs in the 8th. York responded with a run of their own in the 9th, but that's all she wrote, friends, as the 2-1 escapes outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. In terms of the offensive production, Stephen Moss, who's at second base, came into today ranked 4th in the league. Joe Giannetti is ranked 6th in the top 10 in batting average. The fastball blisters the outside corner. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 329 for Moss, 326 for Giannetti after his 0 for 3. Moss extended his streak, but he's 0 for 2 tonight. Stands at second base. Lopez, 1 for 2. The pitch is a high chopper to short. Gathering the baseball and delivering a strike across in time is Bryant Nelson for out number 3. The Bluefish do not score a run in the 5th. At the end of 5, the BB's up by a score of 4-1. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. Denny Stark leans the glove on his left thigh, drifts it to the belt, winds, reverses, and kicks. Fastball that bleeds on the outside corner. No balls and one strike. Nobody out, top of the sixth inning. We mentioned we would get to the trivia question, and the trivia question for today is how many players in Major League Baseball history have scored 1,500 or more runs in their careers? The fastball paints the outside corner. No balls and two strikes. And the answer is 70 players exactly. Some of those individuals include Roberto Alomar, Wade Boggs. Manny Ramirez is one of the only active players on that list. The pitch settles low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Manny Ramirez participating with the Chicago White Sox, hoping to keep that team from the Windy City in the postseason chase as they hope to hunt down the Minnesota Twins. The 1-2 is assaulted down the right field line, but skitters to the right of the chalk, a ball and 2 strikes. Johnny Damon is actually ahead of Manny Ramirez in runs scored. Think about how much of a potent run producer Manny Ramirez is, and he scored fewer runs than Johnny Damon, a guy that many would consider a very good player, but probably not a great player, as the 1-2 pitch dives low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. When thinking about Hall of Fame discussion, is Johnny Damon a Hall of Famer? Very good center fielder for much of the time. Did not have, one of his non-qualities was his throwing ability. His throwing arm was not very good, as the 2-2 scampers low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But his offense speaks for itself. A .288 career average. In center field, one of the more difficult positions to play. 98 triples. 1,556 runs in 2,257 games. Would you think, hey, is he averaging 100 runs a season? Well, you divide that 2,257 by 162, even though he never played 162 games, equates to 13 as the pitch rifled outside, ball 4. Denny Stark starts off his frame with a leadoff walk as L.J. Birnbaum takes a base. Ray Nelson traverses into the batter's box. But the idea is, if you have 2,257 games played, that Johnny Damon played 14 seasons and scored 1,556 runs. He's averaged, in a 162 game season, he's averaging more than 100 runs every season as the first pitch flattens outside and misses low, 1 ball and no strikes. So those are some of the conversations. Chipper Jones is on that list, but his credentials are outstanding. 306, a Hall of Fame average, is the 1-0. Beckons across the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Another Hall of Fame number for third baseman is 436. Other than Alex Rodriguez, Chipper Jones is the best third base, the baseman of this generation. Is the next offering. Twirls low. You count 2 balls and 1 strike. Chipper Jones, 493 doubles, 436 home runs. That combination, along with his 306 batting average, will not keep him out of the Hall of Fame. Let's not forget about the 1,505 runs that he plated in 2,261 games, which on the same pace is slightly lower than Johnny Damon. He's still averaging more than 100 runs a season. The 2-1 is chopped slowly in front of the mound. Lee Rodriguez says, "Get away from it, Denny," and he flips to first in time, 1 away. Moving on to second base is Bierbon. He advances on the 2-3, set up Aaron Herr. Herr is 0 for 2. Some of the other players on this stat sheet, or at least in the top 50, I'm sure you could guess some of them. I'm sure Sam Rosado could guess some of them too. I'm sure he would guess probably a Babe Ruth or a Willie Mays on that list. Those guys are on there. Barry Bonds, Henry Aaron, Babe Ruth, Pete Rose, Willie Mays, Stan Musial, Tris Speaker, Craig Biggio is on that list as well. As the first pitch leans low, 1 ball, no strikes. Lou Gehrig. James O'Rourke is probably the one that is recognized by most individuals. 1,999 games in Major League Baseball for O'Rourke. And he was Bridgeport's own. The pitch is scalded deep to left field. No chance for Moss. It is gone. A 2-run jolt by Aaron Herr. Stephen Moss, I cannot figure out why he was playing as shallow as he was, but the Bluefish lead is down to 1. A leadoff walk by Birnbaum and a 2-run shot by Aaron Herr. Lancaster playing desperate. They were down 4-0 at one point. 3 unanswered by the Barnstormers. And it establishes Reggie Taylor at the plate. Now the outing's not looking so wonderful for Denny. Statistics can tell you much about any pitcher. He made a mistake. He paid for it. Fastball. Strides outside. 1 ball and no strikes. The player with the highest number of runs scored on the active list is Alex Rodriguez. He's ranked 21st. 1742 on the dot. The 1-0 is lifted high. Elevator fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. We'll go to PointStreak.com for the latest scores and summaries from around the Atlantic League, as we hope to keep up with a couple of games that are of major importance as the season winds down. You would expect that only a couple of teams would be in the race. The pitch is grounded slowly to second base. We're gathering and flipping to first in plenty of time as Hiram Boca Chica for out number 2. A 4-3 assessed Taylor to set up Ryan Mulhern for the 3rd time in the game. In Bluefish land, the central coast of Connecticut, I am Perry Miles. It is game number 131. For everyone who's celebrating, La Shana Tova, Happy New Year. And it's going to be a very tough battle through 10 days and 10 nights, tell you that much. Ends with a 24-hour fast as the pitch is a humpback liner up the middle, and it's dropped by Chavez as the ball skittered off of the lip of the outfield grass. We'll see how that is scored. I would assume an error. Could he have made that play? Yes. Should he have? Oh, they were ruling it a hit. Maybe the degree of difficulty got to Chavez. It is a single by Mulhern to establish the potent Adam Witter. From Bears and Eagles Riverfront Stadium, Southern Maryland and Newark are tied at 5 as the first pitch is foul tipped on a high smoking fastball. No balls and 1 strike. The Long Island Ducks leading the Camden River Sharks 3-1, top of the 6th inning from Campbell's Field. And here in Bridgeport, 4-3, the tying run at first base, the 0-1. Check swing that crossed the zone. No balls, 2 punches. So those are your scores from around the Atlantic League. A full slate of games expected for Friday. There's only one more day off for the Bluefish during the regular season. The 0-2 is punked right past Witter's bat for strike 3. But a 2-run shot by Aaron Herr puts the Lancaster Barnstormers to within 1. The margin's been cut. A 4-3 lead for the BBs. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be back.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Victor Mercedes is followed by Hiram Boca Chica and Luis Rodriguez as the first pitch. Fastens outside, 1 ball, no strikes. 4-3 ball game, 4 runs, 7 hits, the 3 runs and 6 base hits. The 1-0 from the right-hander scoots outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Let's go to ESPN.com for the latest summaries from across the world of sports, including the last Grand Slam of the season for tennis as the fastball glistens outside, 3 balls and no strikes. The New Orleans Saints and the Minnesota Vikings underway, 14:28 remaining in the first quarter as the pitch dives low, ball 4. Taking his base with nobody out is Victor Mercedes as he has reached base twice. He's 1 for 2 with a single, a run scored, a walk, and a fly ball to right field. And it appears as if the Minnesota Vikings and New Orleans Saints are underway. The football season is taking its course. New Orleans has the football at the Superdome. Let's take a look at the NCAA football score tonight. Auburn 13, 14. Mississippi State 7. First SEC matchup between the two teams this year. And the first SEC matchup, first in-conference matchup of the season. Friday features West Virginia against Marshall, a battle between two teams within the state confines. Boy, oh boy, is that big. Finally, in FIBA, the United States oust Russia 89-79, and LTU over Argentina 104-85. In men's tennis, Rafael Nadal against Fernando Verdasco. The quarters, 2 Spaniards, only one is going to advance. And of course, you begin to hear some of the NFL music. I cannot figure out why. Yes, the NFL season did begin, but Rafael Nadal and Fernando Verdasco tied at 1 in set number 1. The quarters as the throw over to first base is not in time. Mikhail Yuzhny takes out Wawrinka. The 12 defeats the 25, 3-6, 7-6, 3-6, 6-3, 6-3 in 5. It was a classic. Next pitch settles inside. Nearly plunked Hiram Boca Chica. The count 1 ball and no strikes. A single, a run scored for Boca. Bluefish going 9 innings with the Barnstormers tonight. 8:45 Eastern in the bottom of the 6th. Could wind up being a bullpen game. A right-hander is loosening for the Barnstormers as the pitch is plucked foul down the left side and ricochets into fair territory. Took a strange hop. As soon as it hit an edge, it formed a straight line, a darting path to center field. 1 ball, 1 strike. And we'll get to you the MLB scores as well at this time. We'll continue to update on the NFL. Texas 4, Toronto nothing. Bottom of the 6th inning. St. Louis 8, Atlanta 3. At the end of 5, Atlanta continues to struggle. They lost first place, and now it appears as if they might be falling further behind the Philadelphia Phillies, who, by the way, will, in my estimation, will be making it to the World Series for the 3rd straight year. The 1-1, stepping off the rubber, is Sanchez. And he's going to have to reaffirm his presence at the rubber. He toes the slab for the Barnstormers. 1 ball, 1 strike. Holds his glove on the left side of his thigh, on the side of his hip. Brings it to the top of his chest, rotates the arm, and slides it across the zone as he unleashed the ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. LA Dodgers 2, Houston Astros nothing. Top of the 3rd inning from Houston, Texas, with a runner at first base. 2 finals today. Get to that in a moment. The 1-2 settles low. The throw down to first base is not in time. Scampering way off the bag was Victor Mercedes. He's not expecting that quick of a throw from the catcher Martinez. And it came in like a cat. Detroit doubled up to the Chicago White Sox 6-3 today. The Colorado Rockies take out the Cincinnati Reds 6-5. San Francisco and San Diego. Big series for the Padres. They desperately need to win a few games against San Francisco as the 2-2 is smoked off the bat of Boca and slams off the mask to the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In taking a glance at the Major League Baseball standings heading into today, it could be a big scenario, a big-time situation from which maybe the San Francisco Giants can pass the San Diego Padres. The Padres have won 3 in a row after losing 10 straight. They're ahead of Cincinnati, but Philadelphia is passing them in the standings. 2-2 on its way. Boca Chica lays low. The pitch gets away from Octavio Martinez. The throw goes into center field, and the backup beautifully applied by Bryant Nelson. Had he not scampered the baseball to the baseball and snatched it with his glove, the base runner Mercedes probably heads over to third. Either way, it's a wild pitch. No stolen base. The National League looks like such. Philadelphia 81-60. Atlanta 80 wins and 60 losses. They're in the wild card slot. 3-2. Poke foul left side. That remains a payoff. Florida 10 games back, 70-69. The Mets 69-71. The Nationals in last place, 60-80. The Cincinnati Reds in first place, but only 5.5 games ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals. Think about it that way. 3-2. Swung on and lifted high in the air down the left field line, giving chase into the corner and hauling it in is Birnbaum for out number 1. It appears that Boca Chica got more of the baseball, I thought, than he actually did. Sometimes images are more deceiving than reality. Objects appear closer than they really are. Hey, it's all about a study of mirrors and physics. We're using our perceptions to make approximations about where the ball will travel. The only players that really know how well they hit the baseball, the only people that know how well the baseball is struck are the pitcher and the batter. They hear the sweet spot in the bat, they know it's gone. Fielders, they're just entrenched into the game, putting all focus. The one out stretch and offer is inside to Louis Rodriguez. Peers down at first base, gets the sign from Willie Upshaw. Translation goes in a zigzag. Third base to first base and then to home plate. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 man out. 4-3 ball game. Right-hander twists and the curveball dives away. Count at 2 balls, no strikes. Waiting on deck is Brandon Chavez. San Diego 79-59 in the National League West. San Francisco 78-62, 2 games back. Colorado Rockies inching closer and closer. You might see San Francisco or San Diego or both of them miss the playoffs. Who knows? I still believe San Francisco is the best team in that division because their pitching staff is excellent. And no matter what, if you have a very good pitching staff and you have a decent enough offense, which they do, you would expect them to make it to the postseason. Much better pitching staff than Colorado does, with the exception of Ubaldo Jimenez, the 2-0, smacked that and foul tipped into the mitt of Machete. 2 balls, 1 strike. The American League chase is such. The New York Yankees, 2.5 games ahead of the Tampa Bay Rays. 87-53, 84-55. They own the 2 best records in baseball. The American League owns the 3 best records in baseball, with the Minnesota Twins being the others. The pitch is squeezed foul off the bat of Rodriguez. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He got jammed inside. It always must sting if you cannot extend the bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Boston Red Sox 9 games behind the New York Yankees, but 6.5 behind the Tampa Bay Rays. The Red Sox have played 140 games. 22 remain on the schedule, while Tampa Bay has played 139. 23 left. Boston has 6 games, I believe, against the New York Yankees remaining, or even 7 as the 2-2 skitters outside, runs away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Meanwhile, the Texas Rangers 7 games up on the Oakland Athletics. They are not giving up at any point. But the Texas Rangers, they're leaving Oakland in it as the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Rodriguez tried to poach a pitch up high and instead wound up killing his own at-bat with a strikeout. 5 2/3 innings to this point. A right-hander is warming up. And it appears as if the pitching coach for the Lancaster Barnstormers chugged out to the mound to give some feedback. Or is it? No, it's Tom Hearn, not Danny Cox. 2 men out. Umpires hoping that they can break up the situation. Might be able to do so. And the Texas Rangers 76-63. Oakland is 69-70. It appears as if the Texas Rangers are going to make it to the postseason, but they also might possess the 6th best record in the American League. Does the 6th best record in the American League deserve to be in the postseason? I'm not the one to criticize, but I believe it is not the case unless you have 6 postseason teams like the NFL does every year between the AFC, the NFC, 12 total teams in the playoffs as the first pitch strokes the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. Chavez is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. The 0-1. Plants low. 1 ball, 1 strike. NFL coverage. The New Orleans Saints already out to a lead. It's 7-0 New Orleans ahead of Minnesota. And New Orleans Saints have the ball again. 1-1 from the right-hander. Tweaks outside. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. So the NFL action going on. Tom Brady was involved in a car accident today, but he's okay. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 men out. Sanchez continues to stall. He is slowing the game down more and more. 2-1. Chopped to the right side. Gathering baseball on the move as he shuffled his feet to his right and applying The forceful throw was the second baseman Lloyd Turner for the final out of the inning. 4-3 to retire the side. The Bluefish had a leadoff walk, stranded a runner in scoring position. At the end of 6 innings, the Bluefish holding on to a 4-3 lead. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. The first pitch was a cue ball shot down the right side, kicks foul on a liner. No balls and 1 strike. The New Orleans Saints offense has been incredible. It was almost impeccable last year as the 0-1 strides down the left field line on the cut. The count, no balls and 2 strikes. The NFL season is underway. Can the New Orleans Saints repeat how they performed last year with another Super Bowl run? The 0-2 swung on and looped into center field. It drops in on a line drive for a base hit. Octavio Martinez with a single up the middle. Except Joe Gaetti. Octavio is 2 out of 3. Sources indicate that the Bulls are discussing Joakim Noah, their center, in exchange for Carmelo Anthony in a potential deal. Not done yet. Ravens' Ray Lewis ripped the Jets hype, saying everything is ludicrous around here. And the fact that the Jets get attention and the way that everybody's been talking about, including the players, as the fastball dips low. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-0 from Denny Stark with a runner at first base. The next offering is scalded down the right field line and screams into the upper deck. 1 ball, 1 strike. An ex-University of North Carolina player is being investigated by the NCAA, probably for infractions that were caused based on unacceptable benefits accepted. Hey, maybe another Reggie Bush type situation. Who knows? Reggie Bush, who was a star athlete at the University of Southern California with the Trojans football team, was alleged to have taken so many benefits in between cars and homes. The pitch dives outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The point is, he accepted plenty of gifts, which was against NCAA policy. And the only thing that college football can really do to him is potentially take away his Heisman, which they have not yet done. sources indicate they might do that. That might be the course of action as the 2-1 scalds high, 3 balls and 1 strike. But as of right now, Reggie Bush in the NFL, and there's not a whole lot. He did not commit any criminal activity as the 3-1 dives outside and low, ball 4. Walking over to first base is Joe Gaetti to establish Lloyd Turner in the batter's box. Chris Rivera is warming up in the bullpen, it appears, and Willie Upshaw makes a slow walk to the mound as Rivera continues to fire a couple of missiles down the right field line. You wonder if that is it for Denny Stark. He's tossed 6+ innings of 3 earned run baseball. He might provide an opportunity for Stark to get out of the jam. But the leadoff hitter is Lloyd Turner. He's a right-handed batter, followed by L.J. Bierbaum. This Bluefish team has not looked the same from early on. This team was scrappy. This team was hungry early on. And I'm not suggesting it has not been that way throughout the season. This team cannot be perfect. No team is. Team to be perfect not only would have to go 140-0 in this league and then win the championship, but also they would not commit any errors. A near impossibility. 99.9999% improbability. According to the possession, the Minnesota Vikings have taken over as a result of a punt attempt.
Second baseman number 11, Lloyd Turner.
And Lloyd Turner sets up the bunt. Stark attempts to pick off, but nothing doing as the runner is Octavio Martinez. He dives back hand first into the bag. The Bluefish saw what the strategy of Lloyd Turner was. Try to get the tying run at third base. The lead run at second as the bunt attempt is pushed up the third base line, but it maneuvers foul. No balls, 1 strike. There is also some contemplation. The query becomes if Lloyd Turner bunts and fouls again, will he attempt a third bunt? No balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. The Bridgeport Bluefish have clinched a playoff spot. Chris Rivera set the appearances record. And Adam Greenberg could set a record tonight as well. If Adam Greenberg hits a triple, of course. He's not done that in a while. Bunt attempt to squeeze up the third base side. Stark maneuvers to first base and toe tapping the bag is Hiram Bocachica for out number 1. Sacrifice is successful on a count of 1-4 on the play. Martinez scoots over to third base while Joe Gaetti advances 90 feet.
Now batting left field number 20, L.J. Bierbaum.
L.J. Bierbaum moves in. Apologize for any technical difficulties. We had the natural sound on. Had to cough a little bit. Curveball drips inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Boy, oh boy, the NFL season is underway. The Bluefish are heading to the playoffs. What more could be glorious at this ballpark as the fastball runs across the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Sunday is Fan Appreciation Day at the ballpark. Final home game of the regular season is the 1-1 tiptoes low, 2 balls and 1 strike. And fans will also have a chance to watch the football games at the concession stands as well as at the Harbor Club. NFL Sunday featuring the New York Giants and the Carolina Panthers. For New York fans, the 2-1, decks high, 3 balls and 1 strike. For New England fans, it's the Patriots and Bengals. Chad Ochocinco and Terrell Owens. Carson Palmer. Cedric Benson. Let's not forget about Mr. Lewis, the coach. The pitch is grounded through the right side for a base hit. 1 run scores, being held up at third base is the next one in line. The runner is Joe Gaetti. It's an RBI single by L.J. Bierbaum. Lancaster stormed back from 4 runs down to tie it at 4. Willie Upshaw emerges from the dugout. He is going to pull Denny from the game. Runners at first and third with 1 man out. Top of the 7th inning. 4-4 your score. We'll be right back, right here on the Bluefish Broadcast Network in just a moment.
Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually. And the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for 2 for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
For centuries, cold beer has remained hidden behind refrigerated doors, hidden within cardboard walls amongst bottles and cans. Cold beer has remained hidden for far too long. Not anymore. Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see if your beer is cold before you buy it. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. Chris Rivera is in the game to take on Bryant Nelson. The hope is to turn a double play. Let's take a look at Chris Rivera's numbers, but Bryant Nelson today is 0 for 3. He's probably due for a hit. Runners at the corners, 1 out. The bunt attempt is slugged up the second base side. That'll score a run. Boca Chica cannot field it. It's an RBI bunt single, and the Barnstormers lead 5-4. Oh, boy. The slug bunt past the mound on the right side. Rivera was not ready for that. Nobody on the Bluefish expected that. No double play ball. It's avoided because of the bunt single. Denny Stark's final line. Still not official. He's given up 5 earned runs to this point. Lancaster hoping for more. The 1 out swing from Rivera. Locks outside. 1 ball, no strikes. The Lancaster Barnstormers are going to have a very tough time dealing with the fact that they have to capture or at least catch up with the Somerset Patriots. They do not play each other anymore as the fastball wanes over the inside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at first and second. 1 man out. 5-4 ball game on 9 base hit for Lancaster. The pitch is spiked into right center field. It drops in for a base hit. Rounding third and being waved home is the second run of the inning in Joe Gaietti. Third run, correction. And the Bluefish now trail 6-4. Boy, oh boy. Joe Gaietti scored on the single. Another single. And you start to hear the chants of, let's go Bluefish, but there's only so much that this team can provide on a night-to-night basis. They clinched. Team did not come into the ballpark until about 4 o'clock today. 1 out toss from Herrera. Slips over the outside edge for a strike, no balls, 1 punch. And they came out with an offensive barrage, but Denny Stark's final line, 6 earned runs on his resume as the 0-1 filters inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The ballpark at Harbor Yard, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Reggie Taylor steps in, already having a single in the game, and he pops a pitch into left field, not deep. Stephen Moss settles underneath and hauls it in for out number 2. And F7 on the score sheet. Ryan Muller steps forward. Lots of intriguing stories from around the ballpark. 900 wins. Chris Rivera setting the record. So many intricate stories as well. And you wonder, hey, do the Bridgeport Bluefish stand a chance in the postseason? The answer is yes. 2 out toss. Sways inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Do they have a great shot to take the title? Yes. But not if they play like this, the way that they're participating tonight. They just look flat on the mound. 1-0. Disturbed on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the 7th inning. 6-4 ball game. Lancaster with 10 hits. The 1-1. Check swing did go around, says the home plate umpire. And the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Having some connection issues right now. We speak. Six runs, 10 hits to 4 runs and 7 base hits. So the pitch is chopped through the left side for another base hit. Bryant Nelson rounds third. He's coming to the plate. The throw from Moss has to be cut off by Lopez. It's another RBI single by the Lancaster Barnstormers. This time it's Ryan Mulhern who gets on the hit sheet with his 2nd of the game and an RBI as well. The Barnstormers have stormed the Bluefish today. It is 7-4. The Barnstormers did not give the Bluefish trouble early, but it's quite clear that the team from the lower Susquehanna Valley has more punch and more fight than initially thought. It's the reason why the Bluefish are trailing. 2 out, stretches outside, 1 ball, no strikes. When the Bridgeport Bluefish are fighting some desperate situations, will they come through? They have throughout the season. They fought some tough times, and now they find themselves in a bit of trouble. The pitch flattens outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Setting at the belt and the chest is Rivera. He unloads and the pitch corks over the inside. 3 balls and no strikes. Chris Rivera not being an effective pitcher. 6 earned runs provided by Denny Stark on his night. 6 1/3 innings of work as the fastball tears off the outside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike. No knowing who might enter the game after Rivera, but the stretch and the pitch is swung on again and whacked at for a punch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The runner at second base is Aaron Herr. Ryan Mulhern stationed at first. Pitch inside, low, ball 4. Another bases on ball. It did not affect the Bluefish early on. That's because Stark did not walk anybody. Then he gave up its first walk in the 5th, another in the 6th, and it has followed his path. Just 2 walks today by Stark, but he got lit up for 6 runs in 6+ innings. Willie Upshaw scampers to the mound quickly to see if Rivera is okay. 2 men out. 7-11 to 4-7. All the outfielders playing in normal depth. The playoffs are coming up for the Bridgeport Bluefish. And the playoffs begin at the ballpark at Harbor Yard on the 24th of September on the Friday, and if necessary, Game 4 on the Saturday for the Bluefish. If the BBs, Sam Rosada's laughing because I was about to say if the Bleeblies, as if it's bleep. First pitch, Sowers low, 1 ball, no strikes. If the BBs lose this game today, it would be the first time since the Bluefish played Southern Maryland that the team lost 2 in a row as the fastball chucked right past the bat of a hacking Adam Witter. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. And since that 2-game losing streak, which at that point they were 26-14, 15-5. Not bad. Well, it would be 15-6. The 1-1 is dribbled slowly at first. Scooping it up and scampering to the bag is Josh Phelps for the final out of the inning. 7th inning stretch time, but the Bluefish gave up 4 in the top of the 7th. 7-4 your score. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. 9 batters stepped up to the plate for the Lancaster Barnstormers against Denny Stark, whose day is done. 6 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, 105 pitches, 60 of them going for strikes. His day is done. And I believe Jose Sanchez is no longer in the game. First pitch on its way from the new right-hander, squaring up the bunt and pulling back is Adam Greenberg. No balls, 1 ball, no strikes. Try to find out who that player is, courtesy of the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network, the 1-0 to Greeny. Steps in 1 for 3 today with a single. The 1-0 from the right-hander twirls high in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. The bullpen would feature guys like Bauer, Hamulak, Hinkle, McNabb, Overholt, and Weatherby. It is number 29 at the mound. It is definitely not Tim McNabb at the hill. We'll find out as quickly as possible as the pitch ropes high. The count, 3 balls and no strikes. Waiting on deck is Tyke Redmond. It was cloudy day throughout. Rain was expected in the forecast. 3-0, dots the middle. 3 balls, 1 strike. But the rain never came. And is no longer in the forecast for the rest of the time. Front pass through. No tropical systems, nothing in store. The 3-1 of Greenies, a pop-up bunt attempt to the mound, and handling it on the pop-up is the pitcher for out number 1. I cannot understand for the life of me why Adam Greenberg's bunting 3-1. A good chance to hit the ball. Jose Sanchez is out. Is Pat Overholt at the hill. Last appearance is 9-5 versus Camden, inning in a third. 3 earned runs, a walk, strikeout, home run allowed in the 6-5 win by his team. 1 man out, Overholt, slide step, approach, high leg drive, fastball, winds high, 1 ball, no strikes. Tyke Redmond is 0 for 3. Followed by Stephen Moss, who's 0 for 2, but he extended his on-base streak to 37 consecutive games. Though 1-0 from the right-hander. Fired outside. They count 2 balls and no strikes. The left side of the infield playing at least halfway, and then of course the third baseman playing at the lip of the infield grass. The pitch sways over the middle of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. The outfield straightaway. There is no application of the no doubles defense right now, as the 2-1 is a check swing that cleared the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 man out, 7-4 your score. Lancaster on top. A run in the 5th, 2 more in the 6th, and a set of tallies in the 7-4 to be precise for Lancaster. 4 runs scored by the Bluefish early on as Redmond chops a pitch foul down the first baseline. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The first 4 innings took 45 minutes. The last 3.5 plus, more than an hour and a half. Just not great time in the 2-2. Lists high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The post-game show is coming up following the conclusion of the ball game, with the analysis from where the Bridgeport Bluefish will be heading after this game, which is nowhere, as Redmond takes ball 4. And after Adam Greenberg popped out P1, Tyke Redmond earns a walk to set up the at-bat for Stephen Moss. Moss is 0 for 2. 2 ground balls, and a walk. He extended his on-base streak to 37 consecutive. New Orleans 7, Minnesota nothing. Second quarter, 9:52 remaining in that contest. Let's go to the men's tennis. Set 1 between Nadal and Verdasco. The pitch gets away from the catcher, Octavio Martinez. Moving over to second base on the wild pitch is Tyke Redmond. Based on last night's performance, the game is not close to over. Bluefish came back in the final inning, or at least the 6th inning, to tie the game. Game 2, but was unable to stave off the offensive presentation and the fluency of the presentation by the Barnstormers. The 1-0 slider that creeps across the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rafael Nadal, 5. Fernando Verdasco, 4 in set one of the quarterfinals. Yuzhny and Wawrinka, 5 setters. The pitch is swung on and felt a big breeze come by. A ball and 2 strikes. 6-3, 6-3 in the final 2 sets. Yuzhny ahead of Wawrinka after Wawrinka took 2 of the first 3. The NFL football game. But first, the NCAA game as Moss strokes a pitch high and foul down the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Auburn 17, Mississippi State 7, the number 21 seed playing, and it's halftime. West Virginia, Marshall, Wisconsin, San Jose State University, Georgia Tech, Kansas University, University of Georgia and South Carolina. A big SEC matchup as Moss uses his bat to fight off a nasty pitch on the outside corner. A ball and 2 strikes. Florida takes on USF at the Swamp. Nebraska, number 6 against Idaho. Virginia Tech, James Madison. Oklahoma against Florida State, a big matchup from Norman. Iowa and Iowa State. Ohio State and Miami, perhaps the biggest matchup of the year. The 1-2 swung on and popped up down the right field line, giving chases Taylor. He crowds towards the corner and nearly dives over the mound, but makes the play. Tagging and moving over to third base is Tyke Redmond. It's an F9 on your score sheet. Set up Josh Phelps. Utah against UNLV. LSU Vanderbilt. Wyoming against Texas. Alabama Penn State, another intriguing ordeal in college football. Arkansas University of Louisiana Monroe. Then TNTC against TCU, the number 4 ranked team in the country. Oregon against Tennessee. That's a big matchup from Knoxville. Stanford and UCLA. Pac-10 Conference Showdown. USC 16 against UVA in a matchup that featured the Cavaliers last year in Charlottesville. The pitch is lifted down the right field line, hits off the facade. No balls and 1 strike. In the FIBA Championships, Russia lost to the United States 89-79. LTU over Argentina 104-85. Correction. Phelps takes low, pitch scatters down, 1 ball, 1 strike. Finally, in NFL coverage, middle of the second quarter, late second quarter, 7-0 still, the New Orleans Saints on top of the Minnesota Vikings. The 1-1 from the right-hander, Phelps induced to a cut that he missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 7th inning. Cannot imagine Bluefish losing 2 in a row to Lancaster on their home field. The 1-2. Socked foul behind home plate. Deflected off the padding. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfielders straight away. Third baseman Aaron Hurt crowding the third base line. The first baseman just so happens to be Ryan Mulhern. He's over on the right side of the pitch. Grounded up the middle for a base hit. Tyke Redmond scores. It's an RBI single for Phelps. The Bluefish trailing by 2. Game's never over with this team. Pat Overholt surrenders a run. A right-hander gets ready in the bullpen. You would assume Tim McNabb might be slated to play in this game. Wind driving out towards center and right center field. Bluefish have not taken advantage of those opportunities. Two men out. Right-hander drops the elbows tight, firmly holds the baseball and rips a fastball at the knees on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Not much Lopez could do. All he accomplished was staring at the baseball. No balls, 1 strike, 2 men out. 7 runs, 11 hits, 5 runs, 8 hits for the BBs as Lopez penetrated through the zone. No balls and 2 strikes. 7-5 ball game. 7 runs on 11 base hits, 5 runs on 8 base hits. That's all she wrote right now. The 0-2 to Lopez scatters outside a ball and 2 strikes. We are at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, Bridgeport, Connecticut. The Bridgeport Bluefish come in with a record of 77-53, 41-19 in the second half. Lancaster 60-68, 29-29 in the second half as the 1-2 paints inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. A long day at the ballpark. 2-2 on its way from the right-hander. Wade's in for the sign. Close pitching set, high leg release on the offer. Tilts low and away. Payoff is on its course. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Can Lopez extend the inning for Victor Mercedes? Three balls, 2 strikes. Leaning over for the sign is Overholt. He bends his arm forward, dangling it about. The 3-2 from the right-hander. Runner goes, pitches high, ball 4. And Lopez takes a walk. Runners at first and second for Victor Mercedes. This would be a big time for the Bluefish switch hitter to get a plate appearance, but instead, Pat Overholt's day is done. Herr indicates he wants to go to the bullpen. When we come back, we'll tell you which pitcher is entering the ball game. Stay tuned. I am Perry Miles. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles in the booth. Victor Mercedes up at the plate. Runners at first and second, 2 men out. He represents the lead run as the Bluefish are going to have to face off against Tim McNabb. First pitch is on its way from the right-handed setup guy for the Barnstormers. First pitch settles over the outside corner for a strike. No balls and 1 punch. 2 men out. It is a 7-5 ball game. The Bluefish and the Barnstormers have taken an awfully long time for the last 3 innings That's because lots of runs been put across. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Big cut from Mercedes. No balls and 2 strikes. The numbers on McNabb: 6 wins, 3 losses, an ERA of 3.75, 74 in the 3rd innings. An opponent's hitting .299 against the right-hander. He twirls his arm just above the dirt. He bends low, drifts back up to an even pitching stance, drops the glove to the belt. Train comes by, the 0-2, swung on and fouled. Back to the screen. He stayed alive by lunging at the pitch. It was a breaking ball or even a changeup from the right-hander. But Mercedes knew it was coming over the plate. All he had to do was fight it off. He accomplished that goal. He lives to fight another pitch. No balls, 2 strikes. The runners, decent speed. Tell you that much. No balls, 2 strikes. Mercedes lets a fastball go outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Josh Phelps certainly has speed. Luis Lopez probably will not score on a double, but he's been gaining speed more and more so over the last few weeks. Been able to do what some of the other Bluefish players have been able to do. The 1-2 in there for a called strike 3, and down goes Mercedes. He twisted his shoulder. He thought it was inside, but the batting champion from the Mexican League is down looking. At the end of 7, only 1 run comes across. The Bluefish still trailing by a pair. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for 2 for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free, secure parking.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. It's great to have everybody tuned in. And we have a special guest in the booth for today. It is the Director of Stadium Operations, Tom Yario. Tom, how are you doing today?
Good, Perry. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Why do you have to sound like that? I mean, you're trying to creep out the crowd.
No, Perry, no.
Come on. In any case, I'm sure everybody's psyched out about the fact that the Bridgeport Bluefish are making it to the postseason. What was the first thing you did after the game once the Bluefish had clinched?
Well, I made sure that all the fans left safely and everything was shut down, locked down safely, and then I did go down to congratulate the guys on making the playoffs.
That was an outstanding run by the Bridgeport Bluefish as Jorge Perez leans forward, and he has not pitched since middle of August as the first one dialed up outside. 1 ball, no strikes, nobody out. 7-5 ball game. But we'll ask you another question as Jorge Perez unleashes the fury at the right-handed bat of Adam Witter. He's not a headhunter, but that came quite close to his helmet.
Yeah, that got away from him. That did get away from him.
Jorge Perez dialed up. That probably was about 94, 95. He hasn't thrown that hard all year. The 2-0 from Perez. Fastball upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. And the one thing that I can tell you, it's been a pleasure watching the Bluefish. What do you like about the Bluefish, especially product on the field?
I love how they come back no matter what. I mean, first few innings they've been down, and they always come back. There's a fight always.
3-0 dives inside for ball 4. You've been on the field a bunch of times. What was the most difficult thing that you had to do as a director of stadium operations that wound up being a success?
Well, when parts of the wall were knocked down through the tornado, we had to fix it that day, and that was pretty tough. But the wall looks good, so, we got it done.
I don't know how many tornadoes we're going to have in Bridgeport. The bunt attempt is scooped up the third baseline. Barehanding is Lopez. He flips the first in time as the runner moves over to second base on the sacrifice. Successful 5-4. Actually, 5-3 on the putout. One away. Runner moves over to second base. But that tornado was interesting. I was down in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. There were severe thunderstorms there, but no tornadoes.
Yeah, I was outside. Actually, we were tarping home plate in the mound, and we saw the clouds coming. We got it put down fast and got inside. And no doubt in my mind that it was a tornado when I was out there.
There is a vivid memory of your assistant making a particular prank as the pitch is popped up into right field. Tyke Redmond shuttles underneath, has room, and makes the call on the catch. Tagging and moving over to third base is Witter. He might have tagged early.
I believe he did. I think they need to check.
They do need to check, and I would assume that Willie Upshaw is going to tell his infield to do such a thing. Runner at third base with 2 men out, but Jim Foltz is one of the nicest guys on the face of the earth. He would not harm a fly, but he made me get a panic attack almost with the news that he provided. What kind of practical joke did he provide?
Well, Perry, you're one of a kind. We have to have our fun with you when we can.
That's true. The practical joke was that my car got flipped over by the tornado, and actually the tree from the tornado initially went into the car, slamming the glass, and then toppled it over. And the fact that there was a tornado made it that much more real as the 2-out pitch is grounded off the leg of Jorge Perez, but he cannot recover. It's a run scored and an RBI single, and the Bluefish now trailing 8-5. You know what? We can have all this much fun right now on the airways, joke about the practical jokes, but the reality is the Bluefish made the playoffs. You would think that the next 9 games, you have Somerset and Southern Maryland, 2 of the 3 best teams in the league coming in, and also the Bridgeport Bluefish going on the road. You would think that the Bluefish are just trying to get ready for the playoffs, which is why we can talk about practical jokes in the first place.
Well, I still believe they want to get better. I know they want to get better, do whatever they can to get better for the playoffs.
Well, Jorge Perez, they want to get healthier. They do want to get
better.
Certainly, Jorge Perez, this is his first game as a member of the Bluefish since August 17th. It was a long time since he's pitched, and he's had shoulder issues. Colin Robertson is trying to get over his knee issues.
Yeah, hopefully Colin will be back soon,
And let's
more depth, the better.
And let's not forget, there are a couple of other players. The pitch is grounded to short, gobbling it up and flipping to second base is Brandon Chavez. You want to stick around for another half?
Sure, Perry.
Bluefish Broadcast Network coming up with the bottom of the 8th inning. 1 run comes across. 8-5 your score. Stay tuned. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. To my right, the person that makes me who I am. For the other side, it's Tom Yario. But, of course, he loves to be a fun guy. He's the director of stadium operations. He does an excellent job in coordinating stadium events, executes the stadium to perfection. What do you like most about this stadium, other than the team?
I just like the view of, the view of everything that goes on here in Bridgeport, all the transportation, the ferry, the water, the arena, everything that I just like. I've always liked being around baseball stadiums.
You ever think about hitting a baseball on top of the arena at Harbor Yard, or perhaps swinging a golf club trying to go for the Bridgeport Ferry?
No, I have not, Perry. I have not.
Nah, just an additional thought. I mean, think about it this way. You could use this as a smaller version of a driving range. You could.
might get arrested, but yes, you could do
that is true. We're not encouraging any of that. I would not. Certainly, as the pitch is stroked foul, no balls and one strike. And there are baseballs that do hit the arena at Harbor Yard, but the idea is don't go golfing in this area.
No.
If Tiger Woods went golfing in this area, you might have a pitching wedge go over the wall, and you might actually have some damage.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Thanks a lot, Elin Nordegren. No balls, one strikes. We don't know what really happened. Boca Chica smacks it to deep left field. No chance. It is gone. That might have smacked off the arena at Harbor Yard. I think it did.
The arena. Speaking of hitting the arena, that just hit it.
Wow, I must have motivated Boca Chica to do that. Solo shot for Boca, and the lead has been trimmed. It's now 8-6.
I'm telling you, they always come back. It doesn't matter. They always come back.
That was the leadoff batter. The Bluefish only scored one run in the last frame, and now score another one. But the problem of late has been the pitching. Against the Long Island Ducks, yes, the last game they did shut out the Ducks, but the previous 3 outings, they did give up runs, plenty of runs. Against Lancaster, they gave up an average of 4 runs a game. Today it was 8. Average is well up there for starting pitchers. The first pitch is inside, 1 ball, no strikes. When Rodriguez lifts his front leg high, you know he's taking all the way, whether it be right down the middle, inside or outside. You know it. It's coming. The 1-0 from the right-hander. Swung on and stroked to deep right center field. Going back is Gaetti. He has no chance to get there. It scoots to the wall. Rodriguez round second. He's going for 3. He stands up and slides safely. It's a triple for Luis Rodriguez. Are the Bluefish dead yet?
Nope.
No.
Telling you.
I'll tell you this much. The Bluefish came back from a 5-run deficit against Somerset. Somerset's a 2-time Atlantic League champions, and even though they were struggling back then, they still have the charisma and the attitude that they carry forward to put teams away. Bluefish came back against them in extra innings at TD Bank Ballpark. Brandon Chavez represents the tying run, nobody out. The 7th run, he represented at third base. The infield playing back. They don't care about that third base, and the pitch is swung on and lifted into center field. Backing up and making the call, and the catch is Gaetti deep into left center field. Tagging and scoring is Luis Rodriguez. The Bridgeport Bluefish are within a run. It's 8-7.
And this is why they are a playoff team right here, because they always fight.
Early in the season, Southern Maryland was the team, or earlier in the season, Southern Maryland was the team. If you had a lead, you never felt safe because they could go long ball and they could play fundamental baseball in spite of their low average early on. The Bridgeport Bluefish and the Somerset Patriots have emerged as the 2 teams that are able to play this style baseball, come back from any deficit as the first pitch flattens outside, 1 ball, no strikes. I'm almost certain that the Long Island Ducks thought that the Bridgeport Bluefish could come back from a 10-7 deficit when they were in the 9th inning. And the only win for Long Island at Suffolk County Sports Park this past weekend is the 1-0. Drives over the inside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. So many teams have fear. The Bridgeport Bluefish just have ultimate confidence.
Yep. You see the confidence every day if you watch them. Every day.
They know what they have to get done, and they execute. The 1-1 pitch, curveball, that sneaks around the outside corner, and the count 2 balls, 1 strike. So Tim McNabb, in spite of his success relative to the rest of the bullpen, 2 earned runs to this point. Only 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. The stretch, the 2-1, a high chopper to the right side, the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Greenberg has a single in the game. What really puzzled me, though, was his last at-bat. He's up in the count, 3 balls, 1 strike. And he still tries to get the bunt down. Most batters would choose a zone and try to swing at the pitch. Not Greenberg over the last couple of months. He's just been struggling with the bat. 2-2, flattens outside.
Looks like he's trying to make things happen. You know?
He's trying to make things happen, and he's getting on base. I'm not suggesting he's not. But his average continues to go down. At one point this season was at 305, 310, all the way down to 259. Getting into the territory that it was last year. The 3-2 is poked down the first baseline and kicks out of play. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And you saw Greenberg last year. You were here last year.
Yeah. Yep.
Can the Bluefish come all the way back from a 3-run deficit against Lancaster? Boy, it is going to be rather difficult to write the recap tonight. It was rather difficult to write the playoff clincher along with everything else. The 3-2 is lifted high down the left field line. Giving chase is Aaron Herr, and it drops foul.
Yeah.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out. You are so eager to get on the microphone today, Tom. It's almost as if you wanted to be a broadcaster, but you wound up becoming a football player and a stadium operations coordinator.
Hey, maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Hey, join me in the booth.
Yeah.
True. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out. 8 runs, 12 hits to 7 runs and 10 base hits. And by the way, unlike myself, Tom Yario's not in a suit and tie. I can tell you that much. The visual for Mr. Rosado is not the same either. The stretch and the offer is faked because he steps off the rubber. McNabb leans down for the side. Winds his arm slightly forward, has an open stance, glances, and then nods in approval once. What was that all about? He didn't even go back, and finally timeout is taken. I cannot understand why you would stall that long if you're initially going to throw the first pitch from the signal from Octavio Martinez. Happens all the time. Go through a set of signals and then deliver the first pitch as it swung on and missed. Strike 3. Adam Greenberg 1 for 5 in the game. See, Tom Yario, he has a sweatshirt on.
With a college shirt.
With a college shirt underneath.
Yes.
Because he's chilly. And the khaki pants. Sam Rosado has jeans and a yellow and white polo shirt.
That is correct, Perry.
I could not even describe to you the color of what the blend of yellow that it is. He says it's buttery. That just made me think of rolls. I got to eat. 2 outs.
No comment.
First pitch on its way in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Oh, I got a challah bread waiting for me because my cousin actually got me one for New Year's for the Rosh Hashanah celebration.
New Year's, Barry.
Thank you, appreciate it. Wish that Adam Greenberg too. He does celebrate as the pitch dives outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yep.
Stephen Moss. He said he's Jewish, but he says he does not practice. But it's okay.
Oh,
there are people. Happy New Year to anybody.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out. 8-7 your scores. The changeup filters outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. I think Sam Rosado wants to be on the Howard Stern show. I'm really convinced of that.
Howard Stern before at a Boston Red Sox game.
Really?
Yes, he's a very nice guy in person. Very nice.
Does he have the same personality in Fenway Park that he does on his airwaves? 2-1.
Yes, he was a very down-to-earth guy. Very down-to-earth.
2-1 outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. You know exactly. Because Howard Stern is known not only for his straight-up and outlandish personality at times, but also he has the ability to bring the ratings up because of certain people that he brings up to the show. The pitch is grounded to short. Brian Nelson fires on the run in time to retire the side. The Bluefish score 2 runs, but they do not tie the game. It's 8-7 lead for the Barnstormers. Stay tuned. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network. Well, you want to stay on for 1 more.
I see what I can do, Perry. I see what I can do.
All right, that's good enough for me. We'll be back right after these words for our local sponsors. Stay tuned. I am Perry Miles. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish.
We welcome you back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. Great to have you tuned in. 6-3 ended the inning for the Bluefish, and it all sets up for the left-handed hitting of L.J. Bierenbaum. Actually, not L.J. Bierenbaum. It's Brian Nelson. Brian Nelson's up the plate. First pitch, scours over the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. I'm totally lost here. Oh, boy. The 0-1 to Nelson scatters outside. The count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Yep. We were talking about the fact that you met Howard Stern at a baseball game. The score 8-7 in favor of Lancaster as the 1-1 from Jorge Julio grounded softly to short. Gobbling it up is Chavez. He ropes it across in time, 1 away.
He is great defensively.
Chavez has, in my opinion, is the most solid shortstop that they have. Tim Johnson might have the best range, but Chavez makes all the plays you need him to make.
He's a great athlete.
Great arm, substantial range, and he has the ability to catch the pop-ups. And let's not forget, he has a number of extra base hits, which is what managers love to see. They don't like to see singles necessarily. They want to see doubles, triples, and home runs because you could score multiple runs and have those crooked numbers which lead to victories.
Yep.
That's why many people love him. He gets the defense done, and he provides the extra base hits as Julio unwinds and kicks fastball inside, 1 ball, no strike. So getting back to Howard Stern, you met the guy.
You're a big Howard Stern fan, aren't you, Perry?
I was and still am.
Good. Nice.
He is a great personality. The 1-0 dives over the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Are you a big Howard Stern fan?
Yes, I am a fan. I think he has talent for what he does. He's, it's one of the first of his kind, the way he is.
No question about it. The 1-1 diverts outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, you probably, Imus is more or less a similar type than you would say with Howard Stern, but Howard defined his genre of personality to the extreme, if you will. The 2-1 dives low, 3 balls, 1 strike.
I think he does take it a little too far sometimes, but, that's what he
did. He take it too far in Fenway Park?
No, he was very nice. I just said hello. I didn't have a full conversation with him. I didn't want to bother him,
You ever get to meet Stephen King in Fenway Park?
No, but I actually have a friend whose roommate is Stephen King's nephew, believe it or not.
Wow, he has family?
He does have family, yeah.
Outstanding. 3-1, swung on and missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just a little nibble. Bryant Nelson, who was the last batter up at the plate. Actually, Lloyd Turner was the last one? I'm trying to remember this one. Boy, oh boy. Time to take a look at the point streak. Ryan Mulhern's up the plate. Reggie Taylor was the last one as the pitch is swung on and foul tipped at the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So Reggie Taylor was the one to commit the 6-3. Ryan Mulhern stepping in the 9th inning. But give you an idea, Bryant Nelson, 17 RBI in 7 games. The stat that was provided by the Lancaster Barnstormers, Dave Collins, the radio play-by-play announcer. But getting back to the personalities, as Jorge Julio winds the 3-2 on its way to Mulhern, dives over the inside corner. That was filthy.
Wow, that was a big league pitch right there.
Strike 3. That was disgusting. No chance for Mulhern. The pitch started behind his back and clipped the inside corner as it jutted in that direction. You cannot even describe it. No hitter would have had a chance.
No.
Major league, minor league, no hitter. Nope.
Unbelievable.
Not buying it. Best chance is to get him the next time out. 2 outs. Right-hander Julio unleashes the beast. It's a fastball that nearly gets Adam Witter. Oh, boy.
If he hit that, the bat was going everywhere if he hit that. Broken.
That was a high, tight fastball. 1 ball, no strikes. But who's the most famous person other than Howard Stern that you would say you have met at Fenway Park as the 1-0 is chopped slowly to first, gathering the baseball, and scampering to the bag is Josh Phelps. I guess we won't have time to discuss that.
I played hockey with Dennis Leary once.
That was outstanding.
Yeah.
Rescue me.
Great show.
Great show. But you know what? You provided me with a great respite. Thank you for being my color commentator for the last inning and a half.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No question about it. The Bridgeport Bluefish have last licks, but they are down by 1 at the end of 8.5. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network, and Tom has faith in the Bluefish.
Thank you. Go Bluefish.
Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus blue sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
Like Tom Yario mentioned, the game is not over until the final out is recorded, and the Bridgeport Bluefish are down to its final cuts against Tim Hamulak. Do they make the grade? Does the film go into distribution and production as one of the more dramatic victories in the season? Lancaster Barnstormers on the top step of the dugout hoping for a victory as the first pitch winds outside, 1 ball and no strikes from the arm of Tim Hamulak. The left-handed tosser this season has done well, but last night he gave up the triple to Stephen Moss, the 1-0. Socked foul off the netting and ricochets back to the grass. 1 ball and 1 strike. We would like to thank Tom Yario for all of his work, as well as Sam Rosato in sporting that buttery yellow and white shirt. But more importantly, for the work that they do, especially with Sam with his video work as the 1-1 tips high, 2 balls and 1 strike. This season, Tim Hamulak, 2.07, 5 wins, 5 losses, earned the win last night. 51 games, 10 saves, 61 innings pitched. Opponents hitting .217 against the southpaw. The 2-1 is distributed foul right side, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The post-game show is coming up following the conclusion of the ball game with the analysis of this game as well as what is to be expected for the weekend. Somerset Patriots coming into town for the last series of the season at home. The 2-2 is swung on and nibbled down the third base side and angles foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The wind gusting out towards center field and right center as shown by the American flag that's whipping up down the left field line. The 2-2 from Hamulak. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Stephen Moss is 0 for 4 with a walk. His on-base streak is intact, but Josh Phelps steps in. And look at this. This is a shocker right now. The Minnesota Vikings leading the New Orleans Saints at halftime 9-7. Go figure. Defense wins. I never realized that. You know, Adrian Peterson and Brett Favre fumbled the ball a whole bunch last year in the NFC Championship game. Well, they might want to return the favor in the Superdome as the changeup delivered on the outside corner. Strike 1, no balls, 1 strike. If Lancaster holds on, it would be the first time that Lancaster has taken a series from Bridgeport this season as the 0-1 splits outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Josh Phelps had a stretch of 3 home runs during the road trip. None on this homestand to this point. The 1-1 scatters inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. 8 runs, 12 base hits, 7 runs, 10 base hits. The Bluefish got the 2 runs in the 8th, 1 in the 7th after 7 consecutive runs were scored, but the Bluefish did not wind up with a tie score as the fastball moves low. 3 balls, 1 strike. The postseason's coming up. You can purchase group tickets, luxury suites, and anything that you would like at courtesy of the Bluefish Broadcast Network. And you can call sales representative as Phelps chops the pitch foul left side. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You can call sales representative for playoff tickets, group outing, picnic, birthday party, or luxury suite. 203-345-4800. The 3-2 locks outside, ball 4. Josh Phelps takes his base with a leadoff pass, and it sets up the potential winning run in Luis Lopez. Josh Phelps has a stolen base today. Tim Hamulak is a left-handed power pitcher, which is an oxymoron. Left-handers tend to hold runners on, but power pitchers do not have as much of an ability to get to the plate quickly. They need to motion forward. Power pitchers tend to take a long time, use leg drive and force as the 1-out toss swerves to the inside corner, no balls and 1 strike. If it was a right-handed closer, you would think that Josh Phelps would be off. He's not taking a very large lead. The 0-1 from the left-hander swung on and looped down the left field line. If it's fair, it's trouble, but it moves foul. Let count, no balls and 2 strikes. That was close to being a double to set up runners at second and third for the BBs. Instead, a runner stationed at first base. 1 man out, 10:09 Eastern. The post-game show coming up following the conclusion of the ball game. A Happy New Year for those who are celebrating La Shana Tova. And Luis Lopez moves in. The right-handed batter with some pop. 6 home runs on the season, 50 RBI. Looking for 7. 7 would end the game. The 0-2 spikes high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Bridgeport Bluefish. Are they 1 out away? The 1-2 is spoiled to the netting. A ball and 2 strikes. A walk to Josh Phelps. The one thing that Lopez would like to avoid is the twin killing. Double play ends the game. And it extends Lancaster's life just a little longer. The 1-2 from Hamulak swung on and grounded up the middle and through to center field for a base hit. Josh Phelps cruises to second base. That's how far he will travel. Runners at first and second for Victor Mercedes. He can play hero for the second time at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in his brief Bluefish career.
One nation, under God,
1 for 3 with a single, a walk.
Victor Mercedes.
Mercedes with 2 homers as a member of the Bluefish. Both coming away from the ballpark at Harbor Yard. And we cannot figure out why Victor Mercedes is calling for timeout quickly. Maybe there's a substitution. Yes, there is a pinch runner coming in. And is it Danny Putnam? Or is it Tim Johnson? It's Danny Putnam. So you sacrifice a pinch runner rather than take a chance at Tim Johnson. Danny Putnam getting warmed up. He is immediately going to leave the game if the Bluefish tie it, but do not take the lead. Probably Tim Johnson. You might see Joe Giannetti over at third base as well. Probably Tim Johnson. The 1-out service from the left-hander Hamulak to Victor Mercedes. Pitch popped up to the left side of the diamond. That will not get the job done as Aaron Herr snaps his glove together for out number 2. The infield fly rule was in effect if it was in fair territory, but 2 outs have been recorded. A PF, or actually a P5 on the score sheet, and Hiram Boca Chica, who has a home run and a single. One more home run would not hurt the Bluefish second baseman. Home run would win the game. A home run, a single, 2 runs scored, and RBI. Boca Chica leaned forward against Hamulak. The 2-out toss is swung on and lifted down the right field line. Giving chase is Taylor. He runs towards the corner, but runs out of room. Boy, was that a close call. That pitch appeared to have eyes, at least off the bat, that it was going to land in the glove of Reggie Taylor. The Bluefish down to its final out. Hamulak causing Lancaster fans to go on their hands and knees praying that he can get the job done. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Hamulak unleashes, swung on and missed. Boca Chica expected fastball, got it, but it was smoked by his bat. No balls, 2 strikes. Phelps is over at second base, Putnam at first. Phelps will score, or at least try to, on a single, the 0-2. Oh, Hamulak thought he had it. I could not tell you where that pitch was. It appeared to be upstairs. A ball and 2 strikes. That was close. Hamulak sneaks in for the sign, receives it, looks at second, fires, swung on, and laced into left center field. It drops in for a base hit, rounding third, and coming home is Phelps. The throw from Gaetti is 1 hop, not in time. Phelps scores, and the game is tied at 8. This has been the season for the Bridgeport Bluefish. An RBI knock by Hiram Boca Chica to save the day for the Bluefish. 1 game more, and it sets up Luis Rodriguez for the potential game-winning service. The second straight night that Tim Hamulak has surrendered the save, but this time it's his own undoing as he gives up an earned run. 8 runs on 12 hits. Number 13 will end the game as Danny Putnam leads off of second base. Rodriguez at the plate. The 2-out toss is a curveball that slithers on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. 2 outs. The Lancaster Barnstormers scored 7 unanswered before the Bridgeport Bluefish scored 1. Then Lancaster scored another. Bridgeport scored the last 3 times as the fastball squeezes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 from Hamulak. High leg drive. The pitch is served down the right field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Bluefish were down to the final strike, but have been provided extra life by Tim Hamulak and company. Lancaster's pitching has been dreadful. Bridgeport Bluefish pitching has not been good either. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. We are going to free baseball on the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. What would be without Lancaster forcing free baseball? End of 9, 8-8 your score. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Welcome to Free Baseball on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. It is 8-8. Both pitching staffs have faltered. First, it was the response of Mr. Sanchez, Jose Sanchez. Then Denny Stark picked up the pace. It was followed by the bullpens, which were equally ineffective for both teams. And that's where we stand. The game is tied at 8 as the stretch in the offers a curveball that winks on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. It is, or at least the first batter presented in the order is Octavio Martinez, followed by Joe Gaetti and Lloyd Turner. 8, 9, and 1 on the slate for the Lancaster Barnstormers as time is called. Clearing a little bit of space in the dirt is Rodriguez. No balls, 1 strike. A train moving by, or at least stopping in the Bridgeport vicinity, After this half inning, we will have to reconnect on the Bluefish Broadcast Network because the all-in broadcasting timer is getting on 4 hours total. The 0-1 swung on and lashed into left field for a base hit over the head of Tom Panino, who is taking over at third base for Danny Putnam. No Tim Johnson, no problemo, just serve it over the catcher's head. A single by Octavio. It's the second time that Panino has participated with the Bridgeport Bluefish at third base. Last time, Bluefish were in a bind. Panino will get a couple of cracks at the plate. Sets up Joe Gaetti. Joe is 0 for 3 with a walk. Or 0 for 2, actually, with 2 runs scored and 2 walks, believe it or not. Eight runs on 13 base hits. 8 runs, 12 hits. No errors for each side. Probably a bunt attempt coming from Gaetti. He's just twirling the bat. Even stance, waggles it slightly before he stalls. Bunt attempt, squared, pitch, squeezed to the first baseman, who is Josh Phelps. He scampers to the bag and barely nips the speedy Gaetti. Sacrifice is successful by a count of 3 unassisted. And it springs aboard Lloyd Turner, who is 1 for 3 tonight. 1 for 3 with a sacrifice, 1-4 on his resume. A runner at second base. It is actually Vic Gutierrez who pinch ran for Octavio Martinez, which means the Barnstormers are 1 catcher down. They only have 4 on the roster, one of which is on the DL and Jed Morris. Adam Witter's playing in the field right now, and Josh Johnson is the only other one that could be available off the bench as the first pitch is a rocket fastball high. 1 ball, no strikes. It's amazing how many catchers the Lancaster Barnstormers team is filled with. The 1-0. Doc's low at the knees for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fans getting a little bit rowdy. There are some individuals in front. We're trying to get a good glimpse at it. A couple of fans that love baseball, just watching as the pitch is swung up. Well, check swing as he spun around. 2 balls, 1 strike. The NFL game today, 9-7, Minnesota on top of New Orleans. 8:31 remaining. Third quarter from the Superdome. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 man out. Jorge Julio winds, sets, unleashes, pitch, hits the trademark in the bat, and squeezes to the netting on the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A long day at the ball yard. And it may just be beginning. This is a getaway day for the Lancaster Barnstormers. They were hoping to escape after 9 innings, but free baseball intruded as the 2-2 waivers outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 man out. 9-7 Minnesota ahead of New Orleans. 8:17 left in the third quarter. Hiram Bocachica, the big hero. The runner goes, the pitch is swung on, and line to third, gathered at the bag, but he had to fire to first base. It looked like Tom Panino might have actually caught it on a line drive, but instead had to go to first base as he gathered on a short hop for out number 2. Moving over to third base is the base runner Vic Gutierrez. A 5-3 putout. LJ Bierbaum moves in. Let's take a look at the tennis matchups in men's tennis. Rafael Nadal closed out set 1 7-5. He's up 5-3 in set 2 against Verdasco. Looked like he's going to be a runaway train up until Federer as the 2-out pitch is bunted up the third base side, but it skitters foul near the Lancaster Barnstormers dugout. Benino hustled. Down 0 balls, 1 strike. Mikhail Eugenie defeats Wawrinka in 5 sets. 12 moves on against 25. And in an NCAA football, Auburn holding on to a 17-14 lead against Mississippi State. Fourth quarter, Auburn with the football. NFL, 9-7 Minnesota. New Orleans with the ball, 6:13 remaining third quarter as the pitch is scalded, foul left side, kicks out of play, 0 balls, 2 strikes. Major League Baseball, Houston 3, LA Dodgers 2, middle of the 7th. San Francisco a 1-0 lead against the San Diego Padres as a big series for both teams. Battle of squads that either are contending for a wild card or divisional races. Colorado's already won their game. They defeated Cincinnati 6-5. Move closer. Detroit 6, Chicago White Sox 3, final score. Texas wins at Rogers Center 4-2. And St. Louis blitzes Atlanta 11-4. Those are your scores for around the world of sports. Kevin Durant lifts the U.S. into World Semis. His team won by 10 points today. The pitch is chopped slowly in front of the mound, giving chases Rodriguez. He fires to first in time to retire the side. A 2-3 put out as Machete gathered the baseballs. He charged up front and was able to deliver a strike to first base. A base hit against Julio does not score. At the end of 9.5, Bridgeport and Lancaster tied at 8.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue rabies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus Blue Sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be invited onto the field to run the bases just like the Bluefish do. You'll even receive a newsletter that will fill you in on all your favorite Bluefish players, along with all the news that BB's Baseball Bunch has to offer. To join the coolest club around, call 203-345-4800 and become a member of BB's Baseball Bunch.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles in the booth. That is all for Tim Hamulak. An inning pitch, 2 hits. A run, it was earned, a walk. And 2 strikeouts. The new pitcher on the mound is a left-hander by the name of Sean Thompson. Out of La Junta, Colorado, resides there. Last team was with the New Jersey Jackals of the Can-Am League. AAA baseball was his peak. And he's 5'11" tall, 160 pounds. As the left-hander winds in against Brandon Chavez. He's followed by Adam Greenberg, and then Tyke Redden is the first pitch. Settles high, 1 ball, no strikes. As a result of Danny Putnam pitch running, he is lost for the game. And therefore, it sets the stage for Tom Panino to go to third base, and he actually has to act as perhaps the second bullpen catcher these days. There is a pitcher warming up in the pen for the Bluefish as the left-hander lays high. 1 ball and 1 strike. I believe it's Bartolome Fortunato. I believe that's the case. Cannot see the fastball thrusting forward as the 1-1 skitters low, and the count at 2 balls, 1 strike. Might be Alfonseca, I can't tell. Because of the playoff scenario for the Bluefish, Alfonseca shaved his head to mark the success of the team. 2-1 from Thompson. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Thompson, this season, started 11 games, 24 games total. 25th is today. We'll give you the rest of his numbers in a moment. The 2-2. Spoils low, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sean Thompson, 5.42 ERA, 4 wins, 7 losses, 84 2/3. Opponents hitting .267 against the Southpaw. Can the Bluefish win their first game of the season when trailing after 7? The 3-2. Way inside, ball 4. And taking his base is Brandon Chavez with a leadoff walk. That is never good. Adam Greenberg steps in. You would expect the bunt. Bryant Nelson telling his pitcher, Sean Thompson, the scenario and what to expect from Greenberg. Maybe the pitching shuffle. Strategy implemented. They've worked on this a number of times, whether it be in spring training for an affiliated ball club in hopes of making it to a team, or a number of times during the year. 14-9 New Orleans later in the 3rd quarter as Adam Greenberg pulls up to bunt, but the pitch squares high. 1 ball, no strikes. 8 runs, 13 hits to 8 runs, 12 base hits. 1-0 the count. Left-hander glances at first base, holds tightly. The pitch squirts low. 2 balls, no strikes. Do you pull off the bunt attempt? Maybe go for a stolen base from Brandon Chavez, 2-0. Maybe provide a hit and run. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Adam Greenberg does not seem to have the ability to place contact on the baseball with a single or even a double at this time. He's been dragging the bunt constantly, putting the bunt in application. But it's a 2-0 count on its way from the left-hander. Slide step applied, throw to first, not in time. You would think that Chavez is going to be on the move. 2-0, potential hit and run situation, definitive strike applied. The 2-0, Chavez leans back, the pitch goes upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes. Spun Greenberg out of the way. And it's never good for the Lancaster Barnstormers to walk the guy that all he wants to do is bunt. The worst case scenario is, yes, you could have given up the bunt single. But you're not even giving Adam Greenberg a chance to do that. And instead of striking him out because you never give him a chance because you paint the corners, you're going to walk Greenberg to set up a clear sacrifice situation when Tyke Redmond up at the plate. Three balls, no strikes. Quick conference at the mound. The 3-0 lines up way high. Ball 4. Adam Greenberg draws a bunt. He still was squaring up the bunt. Moving his hands forward and up. Now Tyke Redmond is going to bunt. You know why it's coming? Because the Bluefish desperately need to move the runners over 90 feet to bring up Stephen Moss, who, by the way, would set up an intentional walk situation in a double play, as Tom Herr has a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. And you would think that the lefty would stay in the game to face Tyke Redmond. And under the assumption that the bunt is executed, Stephen Moss would be intentionally passed and proceed to go with Josh Phelps against the right-hander in the bullpen to induce a potential double play ball. Lancaster's out of options. They need to win this game. Otherwise, they face a troubling scenario. They do. Face a problematic situation because Somerset's been doing a great job in winning games. Tyke Redmond up at the plate. Is he provided with a bunt situation? Yes, that would probably be the best solution. Southern Maryland defeated Newark tonight 6-5, 3 hours, 22-minute game. The Long Island Ducks crushed the Camden River Sharks 6-1. They are, in my opinion, Long Island is the third best team in the league. The game tied at 8. The bunt attempt pulled back. It nips the outside corner. Does the pitch. No balls and 1 strike from Sean Thompson to Tyke Redmond. Redmond is 1 for 4 today with a walk. A run scored. A single. Redmond immediately playing to bunt. The 0-1. Softly struck up the third baseline. It's a beauty. Gathering is hurt. He fires on the run and barely nicks the speed of Redmond. Sacrifice is successful on the 5-4 putout. Or 5-3. Could not even see. Sacrifice successful from Redmond. And it brings up Stephen Moss, who you would expect would be intentionally walked to set up a right-handed situation against Josh Phelps, and that is exactly what happens. Tom Herr cannot afford to lose this game. He'd rather have Josh Phelps. The pitch is high. Nearly went off the corner, and the fans don't like it. You can hear it in the background. Fans getting intense. First pitch outside, second pitch again off the plate. And the right-hander is expected to come into the contest to face off against Josh Phelps with the bases loaded and a fielder's choice possibility at any base. Stephen Moss has been walked so many times intentionally to set up Josh Phelps to see what he can do. Stephen Moss has peppered this league, but Josh Phelps is a former major leaguer. You must wonder how infuriated he must be to be passed on for as good of a year as Moss has had. And Tom Herr is slowly walking to the mound for the second time in the inning. And that appears to be it as the right-hander moves off the mound. And when we come back on the Bluefish Broadcast Network, we'll tell you who is facing Josh Phelps. The bases are loaded, 1 man out, the game tied at 8 in the bottom of the 10th inning. See you later, Jack. It's on to Bluefish Baseball and the continuation right after these words.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop. Perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Josh Phelps in at the plate. He's 2 for 4 tonight with 2 singles, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. New right-handed pitcher in. Stretch in the offer, swung on and missed for a strike. It is number 26 on the mound. It is Rick Bauer, the former member of the Long Island Ducks. He hopes to induce a double play ball. The 0-1. Fastball away. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, a bunt attempt would probably win the game because Chavez has great speed over at third base. The bases are chucked. The 1-1. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, says the first base umpire. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. That check swing eliminates the factor of the bunt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bauer in, right-hander, Ways, righty-righty matchup, the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Josh Phelps down hacking to set up the second retirement of the frame. And Luis Lopez digs in. Or is it? Not really, it's Tom Panino.
Now batting. Third baseman number 30.
Tom Panino has a walk-off in this ballpark. .263 with the Bluefish. 3 homers, 11 RBI. All he needs is a single to end the game and perhaps dash the hopes of the Barnstormers one more night. The 2-out toss from Bauer slips on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. These two players are familiar with each other. Rick Bauer and Tom Panino were on the Long Island Ducks at the same time this season. Panino, the backup catcher, and Rick Bauer, the starting pitcher, the 0-1, swung on and lifted to shallow right field. Driving towards the line and hauling it in is Reggie Taylor. We are heading to the 11th. The score tied at 8. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be back.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish Baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserve, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at BridgeportBluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish. Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. We are going to inning number 11. The Bridgeport Bluefish had the bases loaded, 1 man out, and Rick Bauer got the job done against the BBs. Sets up the new pitcher, Bartolome Fortunato. The right-hander has done a good job of late with the Bluefish. Fortunato, 1 win, 1 loss, 5.40 ERA, 10 innings, 14 hits, 5 walks, and opponents hitting .359 against him, but he has had some scoreless innings in a row since he had 2 3-run efforts played against him as Bryant Nelson steps in. Nelson is followed by Aaron Herr and Reggie Taylor, as we continue to see the Beavis and Butthead signs continue to bob up and down. The first pitch from Bartolome Fortunato is low and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Nelson, 1 out of 4 with a single and a run scored in the game. The 1-0 to Nelson. Flattens over the outside corner. A 1 ball, 1 strike. 17 RBI in the last 7 games for Bryant Nelson. And he leads the league in RBI as a result of those at-bats. The 1-1 pours upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. And he's not hitting the long ball. He's producing the runs batted in through singles, doubles, any way he can. 2-1 from Bartolome. Slips outside and the count 3 balls, 1 strike. We'll provide you with some updates as far as the football game nearing the end of the 3rd quarter in New Orleans. 14-9 New Orleans ahead of Minnesota. 36 seconds remaining from the Superdome. 3 balls, 1 strike. Bartolome unleashes, and the pitch is slowly bounced to second base. Gathering the baseball and heaving it across in time is Hiram Bocachica for out number 1. The Bluefish and the Barnstormers in a barn burner. And you wonder how much longer this game will go. Is there going to be ultimate success for the Bluefish? Or will it fall in the hands of the Barnstormers as the pitch flattens over the outside corner, delivered at the knees for a strike, no balls, 1 strike. Men's tennis, Rafael Nadal, 2 sets to love against Fernando Verdasco, 4-3 in the final set. Nadal with the lead as the next pitch scampers low, scaled outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mikhail Yuzhny, 6-3, 6-3 in the final 2 sets against Wawrinka, wins in 5. Houston 3, LA Dodgers 2, bottom of the 8th inning in Major League Baseball. The 1-1 is hammered to right field, driving forward and making the catch as he made a parabolic route to the baseball was Redmond for the 2nd out of the frame. F9 on the score sheet. Reggie Taylor moves in. San Francisco 3, San Diego nothing. Top of the 3rd from Petco Park. Detroit wins at Comerica 6-3 against the White Sox. Get a little bit more in-depth analysis about some of these stories. 2-out toss. Swerves outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Reggie Taylor, 1 for 5. Well, 1 for 5, yes. Next offering is swung on and missed. Roped right past the bat of Taylor, the count. And 1 ball, 1 strike. Aaron Herr, Birnbaum, 1 for 5. Nelson is actually 2 out of 6 now. Taylor's 1 for 5. And the pitch settles low, 2 balls, 1 strike. Nelson 2 out of 6. Herr 2 out of 6. 13 knocks for the Barnstormers, just 12. Well, not just 12, but 12 hits for the Bluefish. Not too many multiple hit games for either side. The pitch is laced into right field for a base hit. Reggie Taylor collects a single with 2 outs. Sees at first base. Ryan Mulhern
I love those Bluefish.
Tries to score an at bat with the team right now. In Major League Baseball,
Batting first baseman number 17, Ryan Mulhern.
interesting scenario. So scores will update you courtesy of ESPN.com and some of the other statistics. White Sox lose their 3rd in a row. Porcello with the win, he's 9-11. Gavin Floyd with the loss, he's 10-12. Perry with the save is 2nd. Alex Rios with his 21st home run for the White Sox in a big comeback display as the first pitch launched on the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. Astros 3, Dodgers 2. Andre Ethier was the 21st. Johnson with his 8th for Houston as the pitch sours low and skew from the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jansen is in the game against Manzella. Lyle Overbay with his 18th home run. Bautista with his 44th. But the Blue Jays, they surrendered to the Rangers 4-2 as the winning pitcher is Colby Lewis. He's 10-12. Hill with the loss. Naftali Feliz with the save, his 35th of the year. The 1-1 is spanked foul left side and scurries to the third base coach, but he bobbles it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Giants 3, Padres nothing. Middle of the 3rd inning. Aubrey Hupp with his 24th jack of the season. And the Padres are 41-29 at home. They're 8 games above 500 away from Petco Park. The Rockies defeat the Reds 6-5. Stubbs with his 16th home run. Jason Giambi his 5th, and Tulowitzki his 18th. The pitch is hammered down the right side and scoots foul. Belisle with the win. Massett with the loss, and Houston Street with his 17th save. The Massett that I was thinking about actually was Tom Massey for Summerside. That's why Hezday pitches line foul into the seats in the reserved section. A couple of young fans hoping to get a souvenir. Counted a ball and 2 strikes. 2 men out. Top of the 11th inning, no threat to run for Taylor. He leans off of first base. The runner goes. The pitch is lined to first. Handled on the backhand by Phelps to retire the side. A shutout inning by Fortunato. Can the Bluefish close it out? We'll have to wait and find out. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Game tied at 8.
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors? Have fun in your backyard, Magellan. Seen the average wall of China? It runs through the city of Shanglo. Visiting average Britain? Check out that clock medium-sized Ben. It's by Yuckingham Palace. Ever been attacked by an average white shark? I have. In the form of a week-old tuna fish sandwich. Bands don't release averagest hits albums unless they make killer elevator music. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth dickens. Heard the tales of Alexander the Average? He conquers spreadsheets in our accounting department. Buying a mug that says world's averagest dad? You're the world's jerkiest son. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hop brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
We apologize for any inconveniences, but Victor Mercedes comes up to the batter's box. He is followed by Hiram Boca Chica and Luis Rodriguez. If the Bluefish cannot win the game in this frame. Stretch and the offer by Bauer sails high. 1 ball, no strikes. The Bluefish appear to be dead in this game. Dead in the water. But boy, they have made a comeback. And they are 1 run away from making this comeback official. Just cannot seem to squeeze it out as the fastball runs outside. 2 balls, no strikes. The Bridgeport Bluefish and Lancaster Barnstormers tied at 8 as Victor Mercedes tried to end the game with a big cut. Missed it, though. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tom Panino was the last player to record an out. Phelps was the biggie. He struck out with the bases loaded and one man down. The 2-1 to Mercedes is lashed down the right field line. It is a fair ball. Rounding the baseball up and flipping to the second baseman is Reggie Taylor. It is a leadoff single by Mercedes to springboard Hiram Boca Chica. Boca Chica is 3 for 5 today with a pair of singles and a solo shot. He has 2 RBI, which includes the one that tied the game in the 9th inning. Can Boca end it? The only way that can be determined is if Boca Chica can get a good pitch to hit and exploit the opportunity against Rick Bauer. First pitch from Bauer slithers outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Oh boy. Not a whole lot you can talk about right now. The game's still up in the balance. The throw to first is not in time. You can hear the chants of "Let's go Bluefish" in the stands. They're even louder than they were before. 1 ball, no strikes. Boca Chica serving forward. The 1-ball pitch is swung on and tapped off of his cleat. That is going to leave a bruise tomorrow morning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tomorrow's game at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is slated for 7:05 p.m. The Bridgeport Bluefish, the Somerset Patriots. What could be a matchup of teams facing each other in the postseason. Round 2, as the 1-1 is not offered because the toss goes to first base. 1 ball, 1 strike. 14 hits for the Barnstormers, 13 for the Bluefish. Bauer holds steady, winds and releases. Check swing, did he go? No, says the first base umpire. 2 balls, 1 strike. The first base umpire is Delphine Colon. He was behind home plate game 1 of the series. Mayhew Edwards situated at third base. He's placed up the middle. Placating home is Dave Perry. 2-1. Drops the glove to the chest. Winds and throws to first. Nearly gets away from the first baseman Mulhern. Lancaster needs this game so much more desperately than the Bridgeport Bluefish does. They are trying to chase down Somerset. 2-1 from Bauer. Leans forward. Glove held tight. 2-1. Check swing. Did go around according to the home plate umpire, or it grazed the inside corner on the heater. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We are going to continuously update you from the football game of what has unfolded. Last check it was 14-9. It still is 14-9. New Orleans has the ball as Boca Chica stays alive with a lunging poke down the left side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 14 for New Orleans. 9 for the Minnesota Vikings. 13:33 remaining, 4th quarter from the Superdome in the Bayou. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. We'll take a look at who scored what in just a moment. 2-2 to Boca Chica. Swung on and fouled down the left field line. It is a mile high and way past the picnic area. Wow, Boca Chica was a quarter to an eighth of an inch from ending the game. Got a good pitch to hit. Just did not keep it in fair territory. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Devery Henderson caught a 29-yard touchdown pass from Drew Brees. Ryan Longwell, a field goal. Brett Favre, a touchdown pass in the game as the pitch is served to the netting. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Visante Shenko with a 20-yard catch from Brett Favre. And then Pierre Thomas, a 1-yard run to give New Orleans the 14-9 lead. Turnovers, well, only 1 in the game for Minnesota. Just great defense, great overall defense. And that's all you ask for in these types of games. This is a perfect matchup to start the year as the 2-2 had to be excavated out of the dirt by the catcher. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Top performers, Drew Brees, 200 yards and a touchdown Adrian Peterson, 19 carries, 87 yards. Visanthe Shenko, 4 receptions, 76 yards, and a touchdown. New Orleans, 246 yards. Minnesota, 209. 22 out of 30 for New Orleans, passing 11 out of 21 from Brett Favre. As the pitch is swung on a miss, throw to second is not in time. Great slide by Mercedes. He steals second base and moves into scoring position after Boca strikes out. Can Luis Rodriguez come up with the game-winning hit? Why on earth is the pitching coach now discussing matters with the home plate umpire? What is he arguing? What is Tom Herr arguing? I cannot figure it out. Tom Herr trying to get everything correctly adjusted. Now the umpires may be getting together at the mound because of Tom Herr's objection. Do not know why, do not know how. And not too many penalties in this game. Equal or almost equal time of possession. Minnesota 91 rushing yards. New Orleans 59. These two teams appear to be on the top of their game. And you would think Minnesota, they could find a win to win this contest in the Superdome. It would catapult themselves in the NFC North for the rest of the season. Now, of course, last year, Pittsburgh took on Tennessee in week 1, but ultimately both teams missed the playoffs. I do not think that the Saints and Vikings are going to miss the playoffs, both of them. I think both of them will make it to the postseason dance as the umpires have a conversation to the right side of the rubber beyond it. And apparently Tom Herr's objection was duly noted, but he did not get the call that he wanted. And Luis Rodriguez, hoping to poach at a baseball to get the game-winning run home. Mercedes is at second base. He already has a stolen base in this game. NCAA football, Auburn, the number 21 ranked Auburn squad, the Auburn Tigers, wins as the pitch is struck to right field. Giving chase into the corners, Reggie Taylor. He settles underneath and makes the catch near the warning track. Tagging and motoring to third base is Victor Mercedes on the F9. Set up Brandon Chavez. Chavez 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly RBI. A single, which resulted in a couple of RBI as well. He's done very well today. 3 RBI, a 1 for 3 day with a walk. Denny Stark lasted 6 1/3 innings. Gave up 6 runs, 8 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. 2-out toss on its way from the right-hander. Way high. 1 ball, no strikes. 11:03 Eastern Standard Time. Ballpark at Harbor Yard. The 1-0 from Bauer. Popped up to the left side of the diamond. Herr sneaks underneath. He's in foul territory. He makes the call on the catch. That retires the side in the 11th. Going to the 12th. Teams tied at 8. Stay tuned. You're listening to Perry Miles on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. We'll be back.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for 2 for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free, secure parking.
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors? Have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility. At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors? Have fun in your backyard, Magellan. Seen the average wall of China? It runs through the city of Shanglo. Visiting average Britain? Check out that clock medium-sized Ben. It's by Yuckingham Palace. Ever been attacked by an average white shark? I have. In the form of a week-old tuna fish sandwich. Bands don't release average's hits albums unless they make killer elevator music. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth dickens. Heard the tales of Alexander the Average? He conquers spreadsheets in our accounting department. Buying a mug that says world's averagest dad? You're the world's jerkiest son. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hops brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Bartolome Fortunato on the mound for his second inning of work. Check swing. Did he go? No. Says the third base umpire. No, 1 ball and no strikes. Fortunato gave up a single, but was able to eliminate that base runner. And the first batter in the inning is Adam Witters, followed by Vic Gutierrez and Joe Gaetti. 1 ball, no strikes. Fortunato leans in for the sign, receives it, holds his eyes high and clear. 1-0. Dips on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Bridgeport Bluefish and the Lancaster Barnstormers, another burner for each team as the 1-1 is swung on and missed for a strike, a ball, and 2 strikes. Jose Sanchez, 6 innings of 4-run baseball. Denny Stark, 6 1/3, 6 runs. Not very good starting performances by either side as the 1-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. Adam Witter down hacking. Bartolome Fortunato with his first strikeout of the contest. And the bullpen ERA continues to lower and lower and lower. 4 2/3 innings, 2 earned run baseball. Make it 5 innings now of 2 earned run baseball, 3.4. And I'm sure Fortunato and company, he might be staying in here for a long time. Vic Gutierrez leans forward, and Vic pops it up to the right side. Fortunato's called off by Josh Phelps, and he uses the backhand to catch the baseball. Out number 2, a P3 on the score sheet. Joe Gaetti up. Lancaster is a long way back. Believe that the Lancaster Barnstormers have to take on the York Revolution in the next series. And what I don't understand is Lancaster probably should have gone to York first and then maybe had a Bridgeport-Newark bridge, but instead schedule was constructed in an unusual manner as the first pitch is a slider outside. 1 ball, no strikes. The Bridgeport Bluefish had 34 consecutive games and a stretch of 5, I believe it was 4 weeks with no rest, as well as the 1-0 dips across the outside corner. A ball and 1 strike. Bartolome Fortunato, an inning and 2/3, a hit and a strikeout. Joe Gaetti, a walk in his 4 plate appearances. 4 official plate appearances, he's 0 for 4. 2 balls, 1 strike as the pitch penetrates low. A long night at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. May only get longer tomorrow. 2-1. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Bluefish fans can get their playoff tickets by calling a sales representative at the office, 203-345-4800, or by visiting BridgeportBluefish.com on the website. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. 8 runs, 14 hits, 8 runs, 13 knocks. That's your story from the ballpark at Harbor Yard as the stretch and the offer is in here for a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lots of times elapsed. And lots of interesting spectacles at the ballpark as the pitch is swung on and it's strike 3. Down hacking is Joe Gaetti. 2 strikeouts for Fortunato. We have passed through 11 and a half innings. 8-8 the score. Can the Bluefish win it in the 12th? We'll have to wait and find out. You're listening to the Bluefish Broadcast Network.
Unwind after a show, game, dinner, or anytime at the Blue Martini, Fairfield County's sophisticated new gathering place in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. The atmosphere is pure cosmopolitan, and the light menu is as hip as the lounge itself, featuring mouth-watering blue ravies, Bridgeport Bellows, and Angus Blue sliders. And the signature martinis? Try the Bartender Hates You. You'll love it. Blue Martini, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn. I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free secure parking.
If you want your baked goods delivered fresh daily, then MRS Baking has it all. With thousands of different dessert and breakfast items, you're sure to find your favorites. You can munch on brownies, cheesecakes, and cupcakes. Yummy! Located in College Point, New York, MRS Baking is the one stop for all your baking needs. For more information, dial 718-460-6700. Once again, the number is 718-460-6700. MRS Baking, the one stop for all of your baking needs.
Hey kids, it's not too late to join BB and all of his friends by becoming a member of BB's Baseball Bunch. BB's Baseball Bunch is the coolest club around for all of the biggest or littlest Bluefish fans. As a member of the Baseball Bunch, you'll not only get free entrance into all 11 Sunday home games, but you'll also get a membership card to show all of your friends, plus a special t-shirt that will tell everyone you're a member of the bunch. After each Sunday home game, Baseball Bunch members will also be...
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. It is the bottom of the 12th inning. This game has lasted forever, it seems. Adam Greenberg hoping to end it. The right-hander continues at the mound. It is Rick Bauer. 2 innings of, or an inning and 2/3 correction of 1 hit, 2 strikeout baseballs. The pitch flutters inside, 1 ball and no strikes. The third baseman, Aaron Herr, bent over with his shoulders facing home plate, and then he shifts slightly towards the third base side as the next pitch rifled outside, 2 balls, no strikes. You may not see Adam Greenberg bunt here. He tried it a couple of times, exercised a little bit of caution defensively. Aaron Herr has distributed an excellent arm, 2-0. Fastens on the outside corner, 2 balls, 1 punch. Adam Greenberg, Tyke Redmond, Stephen Moss. 6 at-bats for Boca Chica and Rodriguez, 5 for most of the rest of the Bluefish, and then actually 4 for other player as the pitch is cycled on the outside corner. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So far, Rick Bauer, 26 pitches, 17 of them going for strikes. He has been effective, efficacious with his tosses the 2-2, rounds the outside corner, but the eyes shifted off of it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Bluefish postgame show is following the conclusion of the ball game. It is the bottom of the 12th. Can Greeny win it for the BBs? Game tied at 8. Every member of the Barnstormers on the top step of the dugout if they're not playing the 3-2. Popped up to the middle of the diamond. Pointing upstairs is Rick Bauer. Calling for his Aaron Herr. He goes towards home plate and nearly drops it, but was able to snag on the forefront with the under-the-shoulder catch. 1 away. P5 on the scoreboard. You're keeping score at home, which I'm sure if you have been. Long day. In the NFL today, the New Orleans Saints have the ball. 14-9 the score, 4:50 and change on the clock. As the 1-out pitch swerves outside to Tyke Redmond. 1 ball, no strikes. He is 0 for 4 with a run scored. There are 3 Bluefish members without a hit to this point, as the next offering dwindles low. 2 balls, no strikes. One of which pinch hit for Luis Lopez, actually pinch hit for the pinch runner, Danny Putnam, replaced him defensively as the cutter drives inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Long night at the ballpark. Live fixtures on. The wind still whipping up at a good pace. 2-1 from the right-hander. Docks high and inside. 3 balls, 1 strike. And as if Lancaster has not had enough trouble defeating the Bridgeport Bluefish, Somerset might have an advantage tomorrow if the Bluefish are beat, as the 3-1 drives low, ball 4. It's always a walk that seems to cause trouble, and Stephen Moss.
Left fielder, number 27, Steve Moss.
He's walked twice, stolen a base. He's extended his on-base streak to 37 consecutive games. And you can hear the fans, at least some of them, that are still left in the ballpark. The 1-out pitch to Moss, way high. He had to circle, or at least spin around, to avoid the baseball. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 man out. 14 hits to 13 hits. Pretty even game between the sides. The Bluefish have had their opportunities to score. The 9th run, though, is the 1-0. Specks outside. 2 balls and no strikes. You can hear the fans getting involved, at least a couple of them still out there. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 man out. Right-hander paints the outside corner with a perfectly distributed portrait on the outside with the knees. 2 balls, 1 strike. And you can hear that on the Bluefish Broadcast Network. The 2-1, way outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Moss has a chance to walk 3 times in the game. And if he does, the runner would be set up at runners at first and second. Of course, Bauer might have a better chance of having luck as Redmond goes, the pitch is served into left center field. It drops in for a base hit. Redmond rounds second. He goes for third, and he stops at the station. The winning run is at third base. Moss, 1 for 5 in the game with a single. Josh Phelps has another chance to play hero. All he needs is a long fly ball. And you would assume that the outfielders are playing shallow to try to cut off the run or the run down by Tyke Redmond. Phelps is 2 for 5, 2 singles, 2 runs, a walk, a stolen base, 2 strikeouts. Try analyzing that line. The 1-out pitch is hurled inside. 1 ball and no strikes. If Phelps, they do have an open base for Tom Panino, but Panino can hit the ball deep to the outfield and score that run on his own as the throw to first base not in time. Some pretty good arms in the outfield. Taylor, strong arm. Gaetti, solid arm. Birnbaum, okay arm. The 1-0. Tapped foul right side. 1 ball, 1 strike. 14 knocks by the Bluefish. 8 runs for each side. The Bluefish bullpen, 5 2/3. 2 runs provided. The 1-1 to Josh Phelps. Right-hander winds and kicks, delivered outside. The count 2 balls and 1 strike. If you are Rick Bauer, probably thinking to yourself, hey, I have Tom Panino on deck. Now, you don't want to substitute for him because if hypothetically Tom Panino comes out of the game and Luis Rodriguez gets hurt, you do not have a catcher. The 2-1, swung on and missed. Another devastating slider from Rick Bauer. I'm telling you, a bunt attempt would get Redmond home right now. The 2-2 to Phelps. One man out. Stretch. Pitch. Sock foul. Right side. If Josh Phelps would have bunted with runners at first and third, not only would nobody have expected it, but Tyke Redmond would have scored by now. And sometimes that's the risk that you have to take. Take some chances. 2-2, runners off. Pitch is lifted high in the air to right center field. Driving back is Gaetti. It is deep enough. The catch is made, but the run scores, and the Bluefish win the contest by a score of 9-8. The Bluefish walk off again. A sacrifice fly to end the game. Rick Bauer gives up the final run. The post-game show coming up right after these words from our local sponsors.
The Gear Shop at the ballpark at Harbor Yard is your one-stop shop for everything Bluefish. Take a break from the action and check out all your Bluefish souvenir favorites. From men's and women's t-shirts and a wide selection of home, road, and other trendy hats, to Fear the Fin rally towels, team photos, and commemorative baseballs. The Gear Shop has it all. Don't forget about our kids' wear section, game-worn jerseys, even your own stuffed BB the Bluefish, and more. The Bluefish Gear Shop is located on the third base side of the concourse level at the ballpark at Harbor Yard and is open on game days. Come and browse all your favorite Bluefish apparel from an hour before the first pitch until the final out is made. Can't make it to the ballpark on game day but still want to support Fairfield County's only professional baseball team? Then check out the new Bluefish online store at bridgeportbluefish.com or call 203-345-4800 to schedule an appointment. The Bluefish Gear Shop, perfect gifts for all ages and all sizes. Located at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, 500 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport Bluefish group outings are a grand slam. Bring your friends, family, or company out to the ballpark at Harbor Yard for a night of family entertainment and non-stop action. The ballpark at Harbor Yard has great areas for groups and birthday parties of any size. Socialize in the open-air marina picnic deck with up to 350 of your best friends or hungriest coworkers, and try the all-you-can-eat buffet, the best deal in town. With your choice of ribs, burgers, hot dogs, grilled chicken, pasta salad, dessert, and much more, you're guaranteed to leave the ballpark stuffed. Looking for a cozier atmosphere? How about our luxury and party suites with made-to-order food and beverage options, climate control, and your own personal server? Prefer the best seat in the house? Then book a group of 20 or more at our special discounted rates anywhere in the ballpark. Call 203-345-4800 to reserve your Bluefish group outing today. That's 203-345-4800.
Looking for something to do the whole family will enjoy? Then drop by the box office at the ballpark at Harbor Yard to pick up your individual game tickets for Bluefish baseball today. With 3 great seating options, field box, loge, and reserved, every seat gets you up close and personal with the action at Harbor Yard. Monday is Kids Eat Free Night, presented by Abby J. Novelty Foods. On Winning Inning Wednesdays, fans will have a chance to walk away $10,000 richer. Not to worry, Thirsty Thursdays, presented by Budweiser, are back this year, followed by giveaway nights on Freebie Fridays. If you're looking to catch some afternoon sunshine, it's Chet Family Fun Day on Sundays with pregame team autograph sessions and kids run the bases after the game. In addition to the box office, Bluefish tickets can be purchased online at bridgeportbluefish.com or by calling a Bluefish sales representative at 203-345-4800. Get your tickets now and prepare to be blown out of the water by Willie Upshaw and the 2010 Bridgeport Bluefish. Advertising with the Bridgeport Bluefish is a sure way to hit a home run in your community. Since 1998, nearly 3 million fans have spun the turnstiles at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Supporting their local team and Fairfield County's local businesses sponsoring the Bluefish is just the right thing to take your business in the direction you want. The proof is in the numbers. More than 70% of Bluefish partners renew their sponsorships annually, and the best part is there are tons of ways to get involved. Billboards, in-game promotions, giveaways, Fish Vision video board ads, radio spots, and much more. If the economy is sinking your business, it's time to get swimming with the Bluefish. To join the Bluefish team now, call any of our front office sales representatives at 203-345-4800 for more information.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for two for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free, secure parking.
For centuries, cold beer has remained hidden behind refrigerated doors, hidden within cardboard walls amongst bottles and cans. Cold beer has remained hidden for far too long. Not anymore. Introducing the new Coors Light Cold Activation Window. Now you can see if your beer is cold before you buy it. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. With great beer comes great responsibility.
A sizzling, succulent filet mignon, zesty tequila lime salmon, juicy pork chops Milanese. Getting hungry? Your table is ready at the all-new Park City Grill, Fairfield County's elegant new dining spot in the beautifully renovated Bridgeport Holiday Inn. Comfortable, warm, and inviting, Park City Grill offers a world-class dining experience, including the complete price-fixed dinner for two for $39.90. Come to the Park City Grill, 1070 Main Street in the Bridgeport Holiday Inn, I-95 exit 27A to exit 2. Free, secure parking.
At Miller Lite, we don't just make a light beer with average taste. We make one with great Pilsner taste. And there's a big difference between great and average. Nobody strives to achieve averageness. Exploring the average outdoors, have fun in your backyard, Magellan. If that book was called Average Expectations, it wouldn't be worth Dickens. Average minds don't think alike. They don't think, period. So why settle for average taste when you can have great Pilsner taste? Triple hop brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great beer, great responsibility.
Welcome back to the Bridgeport Bluefish Broadcast Network. Perry Miles on hand. There's not a whole lot of time to talk about this, but the Bridgeport Bluefish, let's talk about it from the 8th inning on today. In the 8th inning, a home run by Harmon Boca Chica made it 8-6 to lead off after it was 8-5. The Lancaster Barnstormers then gave up a triple to Louis Rodriguez and a sacrifice fly to Brandon Chavez to make it 8-7. In the 9th inning, a walk, a single, with one man out. With two out, Hiram Boca Chica served a single to left center. It was a controversial 2-2 pitch. Wound up going to the Bluefish, and Boca Chica smacked the pitch to left center to score the tying run. Bluefish score in the 12th with a walk, a single, and another single. That's all she wrote, friends. A walk, a single, runners at first and third, and a sacrifice fly. That's all she wrote, friends. 9 runs, 14 hits, 8 runs, 14 hits. Bridgeport scored 1 in the 3rd, 3 more in the 4th. Lancaster responded with 1, 2, 4, and 1 in the next 4 innings, 5 through 8. Bridgeport with 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, 1 in the 12th. They win by a score of 9-8. Adam Greenberg 1 for 6 on the game, 0 for 4 from Tyke Redmond with 2 runs scored. Moss 1 out of 5. Phelps 2 out of 5 with 2 runs scored, 2 RBI. Lopez 2 out of 4 with a run scored and RBI. Mercedes 2 out of 5 today with a run scored. Panino 0 for 1. John Putnam just pinch ran. Meanwhile, Boca Chica 3 out of 6, 2 runs, 2 RBI. Rodriguez 2 out of 6 with a run scored. Chavez 1 for 4 with 3 RBI on the day. And the player of the game is Bartolome Fortunato. Actually, yes, because even though Josh Phelps came up with the game-winning sacrifice fly, he, along with Jorge Julio, provided the Bridgeport Bluefish with the opportunity to win the game. Fortunato picks up